and welcome to episode 35. If you don't know, my name is Yonci. Welcome to my weekly show. I am going to do something wild and crazy. First of all, welcome, Kenny. Welcome to the show. He is the first one here. Shocking. You beat Willie in the comments. But Willie is also backstage, speaking of Willie. And I've got somebody else coming to join us. We're going to be starting the show where we're going to be doing something a little bit different. Full transparency. As I was getting ready to come on, had a neighbor, we're all very close, and she was taken away in an ambulance. And so, of course, I want to make sure she was okay and went to check on her. But as a result, I'm running about 6 minutes behind. So I pulled in a favor with my buddy Willie, and he is going to stall for me for about 10 minutes. Hope he's still down for that. And then I'm going to be bringing everyone else up on the stage, and then we're going to get going as usual. So to my guests in the backstage, thank you so much. And I'll be right back. Let me bring my buddy Willie up here.
If you want to bring them up, you can too. I mean, it's fine.
Okay, well, let's do the introductions. Let's see backstage. Y'all ain't scared? Y'all ain't scared to come on? All right, let's see. We got Miguel backstage. We got Roxanne. We'll let her come up and do a quick introduction. Hey, girly, thank you for coming to the show.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here with everyone.
I'm glad you're here and you're gorgeous.
Oh, you're so sweet for saying that. Thank you, Yonci.
Of course, of course. So normally I don't jump right on and jump right off, but I'm going to take about 5 minutes and get my life together. You are in good hands with Willie. Willie, are you comfortable sharing the topics? I don't know if you can pull up an Instagram at the same time.
Yeah, I got it. I'll pull them up on Instagram. No problem.
Okay, and I'm going to rush as fast as I can. Once Miguel comes, I'm going to put him on, and then we'll be right back. All right, guys, I will see you in just a bit. And Roxanne, if you need to go backstage, just you close your camera, and that will allow you to go off. We got a couple more people. Of course, this is the night with all my new people. Hey, Miguel, nice to have you. Hello, sir.
Hey there, how are you?
Good, thank you. We got Bravey on too. Hi. I was just saying, if you guys didn't hear, I had a little neighbor had a little emergency. I'm running 5 minutes late. I'm gonna have my buddy Willie start the show off. No pressure. You guys just jump in when you feel like it, and I'll be back in 5. Those in the comments, let me know where you're watching from. Drop your city and state. Thank you, friend.
You're welcome.
BRB.
All right. What's up, Bravey? What's happening,
boss man?
What's up, G? Roxanne, how are you? What's going on, Miguel?
I'm doing well. Willie, how are you?
I'm trying to be like y'all when I grow up.
Amen.
Y'all look like y'all the one with it. But to get started though, tonight's topic is probably kind of fire. I just looked at them for the first time, and I'm so glad that I'm just now seeing them. The first one she wants to go over with is, if she doesn't get the slightest bit jealous or act territorial at times, does she even love you? So that's gonna be that should be a lengthy one. What are some of the reasons men put good women into the sex only category? Is number 2. Number 3 is, if men have so many options, why do they circle back to previous persons over and over? What do men really desire from women in the dating culture? And I think that's a simple one. And the last one is, if the current dating culture is sex, temporary satisfaction, etc., how can this be changed? Yeah, I think these are going to be pretty easy for, I think, most adults to discuss.
He said most adults.
I don't think these are going to be tough at all.
Those are some pretty provoking questions, I think.
Yeah, I'm glad that, I can't get off. There we go. I'm glad that some of these, I'm trying to think how to word this. The more privileged people in dating tend to be the ones that frequent these panels more often than not. So the experiences that that group of people have is actually speaking to, for the women, it's speaking to it's the men who are speaking, or the men that women actually want to date. And then for the women that are responding, a large portion of those are the women who understand what the men they want to date want for themselves. So I think with a strong panel, these are going to be pretty strong topics, or easy topics to discuss.
No, definitely, I agree. And I'm just, how's everybody doing? I just kind of hopped into the Zoom, so I'll introduce myself. I'm Braven, a good friend of Mr. Beeman's here, so he invited me to the panel to come in and chime in and say a few words. So, but with very little prep, very little understanding of the exact focus and our agenda, but just introducing myself, and I guess everyone can go around and say themselves, or how we're all brought together. I guess will you know everybody, or how does this work? I don't know.
So Braven, me and you, that's that's different. But usually what happens is followers that are on one of her pages. The women come from her actual dating coach page, and then the men typically come from the page she has where she actually polls men and asks our opinions about things within their relationships with women or whatever. And then she takes that back and tries to convey those things to the women who actually care to learn. But as far as where everybo's from, let's start with Roxanne, and we just work our way around the panel.
Sure.
Oh, thank you, Willie. Hey, everybody, Roxanne Pinheiro, new to the stage and new to the experience. I am familiar with Yonci's work through following the men's page, where she posts the polls, like Willie just mentioned. So I found her content to be very aligned with some of my own personal passions and journeys in terms of cultivating positive relationships. So just happy to be here with you guys and talk about the topics at hand.
All right. Appreciate you. What about you, Mikhail? If I'm saying it, Mikhail or Michael? I don't want to mess up your name.
No, it's Mikhail. Thanks.
Hey,
everyone. Mikhail. I live in Northern California, Bay Area, but I'm currently in South Carolina for work. In a hotel, so that's not my typical background with ugly curtain and whatnot. But I've been following Yonci for, I think, going on a little over a year now, maybe. I just saw something on her Chasing Yonci page that sparked my interest as far as a question that she asked, and just been kind of dipping in and seeing women's responses, and then of course going on the men's page and seeing some of the things that she's been posting there. And I mean, I'll be honest, a lot of the questions that she asked, I'm like, what kind of dude is this, or what kind of, women are asking these questions? It kind of goes on both sides. So I've been wanting to join the panel for so long, but my work schedule has just been a little conflicting with it. So I'm happy to make an appearance here today. So.
All right. Demetrius, I think you're one of the a newer panel member. So we'll go ahead and go to you next. We'll go Brad and Greg.
I appreciate you, man. My name is Demetrius Brown. I live in Southern California. I'm a serial entrepreneur, motivational speaker as well, empowerment specialist. I happen to be on a comment. I made a comment about a post that was up, and she reached out to me and asked if I would be interested in participating in it. I'm always open for conversation, especially when it comes to relationships, because I think there's such a separation, especially when it comes to communication. So when she presented it to me, I definitely wanted to dive in here and see what this was all about. So I'm happy to be here. I appreciate you all.
Appreciate that, man. I like the motivational speaker part. I think that's kind of cool too. I do not envy you at all. I've done a few paid speaking engagements, and I just said no. It's this for my personality type. It's just not for me. So I commend you for being able to take advantage and monetize that space.
Yes, sir.
Brad, my man with the Buc-ee's hat. I need that. I need that. I need some nuggets too. But anyway, let everybody where you're from.
Yeah. Well, yeah, my name Brad. I'm just from New Orleans, Louisiana. What else you want me to tell you? But pretty much.
Oh no, tell them just let everybody know how you found the content, the platform. What keeps you coming, what makes you a regular on the show. Nothing crazy. I mean, if you want to drop your social, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's a Nigerian scammer in the comments. Just be happy with that too.
Oh yeah. I used to follow her page. I just like the contents that she put up. I just like the conversations that I just bring to the table as far as dating and relationships, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, so that's why I just keep on tuning in every week. for it. Because I just enjoy the conversations that we have.
Bet. And Greg, hey,
Yes,
well, hold
sir.
on, Greg.
Yes, sir.
Man, we trying to Brad. We're trying to make it to New Orleans next week. I'm trying to pull off a miracle, but
Oh man,
it's easy. I can't. I'm not necessarily. I can't promise that I'm gonna pull it off, but if I can,
you ain't booked nothing
come
yet.
down
Man. It's probably everything already probably booked now. Shoot, with the
Mhm.
Super Bowl going on, bro.
Well,
Right.
yeah, it's like because right now, like finding 4 tickets. You can find the 4 tickets that's together. It's, when I looked, was like $22,000, and we
Yeah.
wasn't even on the lower section.
Right.
So you know what I'm saying, I'm trying to throw a Hail Mary because my Yonci's fiance is a diehard Chiefs fan. So you know what I'm saying, again, like the last time I went to the Super Bowl, I tried to get him. He was out in Vegas. Listen, funny story. So he was out in Vegas. So I hit her and I was like, hey,
Wait, you hit me where? You hit me on IG. Just throwing it out there.
I hit her because that's where I had seen her active. That was my thing. Like when I see like the act, I'm like, cool. So I hit her on IG, not thinking like, oh man, she got all these messages. And she responded to me, and I'm like at the Super Bowl, but I had an extra ticket, and I was trying to get him to say, I know he wanted to see, he would have seen Patrick Mahomes do his thing. But
Right.
yeah. So this time I got a late start because I'm a Cowboys fan, so I wasn't necessarily thinking about but going to New Orleans and like she got people there, and then I haven't been in forever, and mine hadn't been ever, and it's just a lot. So
Monte will never let me live that down, Willie. That was rough.
Now half of it's on me though, so don't feel bad. But last but not least, we got Greg. Tell us about yourself, my man.
Yes, sir. So I'm Greg. I'm from Philly. I'm from the Philadelphia area. I thought that's what he was getting at. So I'm definitely an Eagles fan for sure. I'm excited about the Super Bowl.
Go Birds.
Go
Birds. Go
I love
Birds.
being in New Orleans at the Super Bowl, but unfortunately, my life is set up a little differently. So, but yeah, so I was introduced to Yonci through Mont, who's also a regular on the panel as well. But I follow her Instagram. I love her content. The conversations are dope. Learn something. I always take something with me whenever I have a conversation with Willie and and everybody else that joins the panel. So I enjoy it. That's why I keep coming back. So I appreciate y'all.
I gotta give some backstory. So as you guys heard, if you came on at the very, very beginning, I had a neighbor. We're all really close. There's a couple of us on the street. We got a group chat and everything. And so the ambulance pulled up to her house. So I just ran out, see if she needed anything, what have you. But it put me back on schedule. And so literally 10 minutes before the show, I'm like, Willie, can you host and stall for 10 minutes? And the good friend that he is, he said, okay. And worst part is I have a bunch of people who have never even been on my platform before. And it's like inviting people to your house and then running out the front door when they come in. So y'all handled it like champs. Thank you so much. The show is only 2 hours, but some wonderful people love to pay to keep the show going. And so there are times where we can be, midnight, 1 my time. And so if I don't eat dinner, it's no joke. So thank you guys for giving me a few minutes to hurry up. I almost burned my kitchen down trying to finish dinner in time, but we are back. That being said, they do pay to extend the show, but nobody is held hostage. Whenever you have to go, you could dip. You don't even have to say goodbye if you don't feel like it, but you can also chat backstage in the private chat. It says private chat on the side, and we can only see that. If you comment on the comments, then all the good people can see that. So be comfortable, be relaxed. Don't feel obligated to say anything. If you feel like chiming in, chime in. It's very casual, as you will see. And we are like a family, maybe dysfunctional at times, but we're like a little family here. So we'll have familiar faces popping in and out throughout the night. But thank you, Willie. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yeah, I'm happy to help.
Oh my God. I was stressed out.
Pretty flexible.
All right. So we're going to start the first topic. And by the way, we're going to be doing our normal 5 topics, and then we're going to be talking about conflict resolution and the different partner styles that typically tend to end up together. And that's what I believe I had reached out to my new guests about. And so we're going to be talking about that and some solutions that I learned about during my research. And it's been some good stuff. So if y'all are ready to go, we are going to get started. All right, so we have the first question. This is the question, like Willie said, from the men's page that we asked the guys. I read a couple of the answers, but if y'all want to see all the answers, you got to subscribe to my Patreon page, and there you get all the tea when it's piping hot. Y'all get it a week or two old here, but you know. All right, so first question. If she doesn't get the slightest bit jealous or act territorial at times, does she even love you? I asked the men, what do you think? And it was a 65-35 split. So which I always ask you guys to take a guess before we show the poll results. Which do you think it is? Do you think 65 said, of course she still loves you even if she doesn't act jealous? Or do you think it was 65 who said, no way she loves you. She's never jealous. I see the smirk on the one girl's face on the panel. So what are your thoughts, guys, before I reveal the poll results?
I think she still loves
I
You
think
say you
she
want to
still
start with
loves
the
you.
new guest first and work our way back up?
Oh, okay, put him on the spot.
I'm not trying to put him on the
No,
spot,
I'm
but
teasing.
so that way we got an order flow for the questions. It makes it easier so everybody knows who's supposed
Wait,
to
am I the newest one?
Huh?
Am I the newest one?
Oh no, we can start from the bottom. I ain't gonna put you on the spot, G.
Okay. You know, I mean,
So we start with Demetrius, right? I didn't mess your name up, correct? So
Yeah,
we'll
no,
start
you
with
good,
Demetrius.
man. You
and
good.
then go Brad, Greg, you can just go back across.
Okay.
I go last. I'm here all the time.
Yeah, I think it's a 65% that men said she still loves me.
Okay.
And, you know, I definitely think that for sure.
All right. Okay, what do you say, Greg? You think 65% said, of course she loves
Yeah.
you,
Yeah.
or no way she loves you?
Yeah.
That she does love you?
Yeah, and I'll say that because that's not what men think about. Men might not think about.
I love it. I unintentionally skipped you, Brad. What do you think the majority said?
65% think it's still love him.
Okay. All right. And Bravion, what do you say?
Well, the answer depending on the age range of the people that you ask.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Touché.
older people might say something different than younger people, but I don't know if your average age range is say maybe 27 and older.
35, 45 is
35, then yes, she still loves you regardless.
Okay. Mikhail?
I mean, of course, I agree with the gentleman. Definitely, the 65 still loves you. I mean, men don't think that way, so.
Okay. All right. Willie, what is your guess? And then I'm going to end with our lovely lady.
Damn, you made her go last. That's mean.
She's the girl. She gets special treatment. Save the best for last.
I guess that's fair. I think that I say that the 65 because they just don't know better.
That they're going to say which
that
one?
women, it doesn't matter because they've just never. I'm trying to think because they've never had a woman actually like them like that. Because when a woman loves her man, she's extremely territorial over him. She may not display that in a negative way outwardly, but the thing that she's okay with him doing, like she's a little more concerned about him, you know, that's the one where she's a little more invasive. Like that, I don't think that most men will ever experience a woman who loves them that way.
Okay. All right, Miss Roxanne, save the best for last before we reveal the results. What do you think the majority? You're guessing what the majority said on the men's page.
You know, I think that the majority of men on the men's page said 65%. And the reason why I think that is because I don't think men want to deal with the drama of a woman being territorial and jealous.
Okay. Well, let's see what the poll says. Poll says y'all were right. Sorry, it's so small this week. 65% said, of course, she could still love you if she's not jealous or territorial. 35% said, there's no way she loves you if she doesn't. So I'm going to be the contrarian here, even though I'm not a guy. But for me, I don't want someone, you know, if you had a spectrum and you have like the raging guy who's, you know, I want to know all your male coworkers and what do you do? Okay, that's the spectrum. I don't want him on that extreme. But if he doesn't have any feelings, any kind of way, if he doesn't even, you know, like he was a dude on the phone, he's not at least been like, oh, who is that? Trying to play it off. Like I would want a little bit of, you know, territorialness. I translate that as caring. And if he never showed any of that, I would actually kind of wonder. So it's interesting to hear the difference between, yes, jump in.
See, that kind of just proves what we're talking about here, because that's what a woman would expect from us. And we as men know that. So, you know, they do know that that little bit of jealousy and that little bit of, come on over here. We know that that's what they need. But for men, again, it's not what we really need for us to feel secure with the woman. So I would expect that from you.
I was gonna say it is in the form of a test in a way. Like you're testing a man to see if he's gonna be shaken or thrown off by the jealousy.
Mm-hmm.
If you put him in that situation intentionally, I would agree.
I wouldn't even say intentionally. I would say sometimes it's subconscious. Sometimes women do it not even really realizing that they're doing it.
True.
Mm-hmm.
I think it comes out of a projection, right? And I think many times for men, I think the sexiest thing for a man is a secure woman. It's a mature woman who understands this is my man, I'm his woman. And at the end of the day, if it takes someone else to, and I don't want to necessarily say make that man jealous, but if it takes a moment of who are you talking to, it's one of those things where is the relationship secure enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because those are just questions that I would think, and from a man's perspective, I've never asked that question. Who are you talking to? Right? It doesn't matter because I can't control anything you ever decide to do. Right?
Yeah.
Who I can't control is me. Right? And so I love on you the most that I can. And if that becomes insufficient, well, then you have to make some decisions.
Demetrius, I love what you just said. I do, because, and it kind of ties into the point that I made earlier. It's like, I think that men value security in their woman, especially if you're already doing what you can to make her feel safe and secure, so that she doesn't need to feel or exert energy in being jealous or territorial. When she's feeling that way, now you're expending additional energy on making her feel secure and building up her insecurities. And I think that's her responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
That's our responsibility at the end of the day. So I think it's about trusting what you have, knowing who you chose, and believing that regardless of who they are and how they present themselves in the world, that you're still going to be okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I might be a little bit toxic based on what y'all said, because for me, there's such a thing as playful jealousy, where there's actual jealousy where you're like, oh my God, she might take my man or he might take my lady. But then there's other playfulness. For example, I got a top I thought was really, really cute for an event. And my guy was like, yeah, we're going to leave that one for the home. And, let's find something else. To me, it didn't say I'm insecure and I think if you wear that, I'll lose you as my lady. To me, it was like some things I want to keep for myself. So when I think of territorial, I think of protective. So that translates to me as sweet. Let's say if I am smiling and laughing, this actually happened when I was much younger, in my 20s. So I was previously married, and I'm just a very happy, smiley person. So my ex-husband told me, if you're smiling in men's faces, they get the impression that you like them. And so for me, that's part of territorialness. It's like, I'm going to educate you so that these men aren't running around thinking like, if I had an opportunity, I'd snag her too. And so for me, that's what I said. You could call it toxic perhaps, but I like a little bit of that.
But I think not to interrupt you, but I think like what you're saying is kind of more of the real conversation, because when you talk about jealousy or act territorial, I mean, those are interpretations. You know, what someone does or doesn't do, and they're very fine lines, because I care or I'm jealous or I'm crazy. I mean, one extra inch and you can go to the next. So
that pendulum can swing real hard.
Right, exactly. So I mean, I think everyone wants someone that they feel cares about them, right? So it's like, I tell my buddies, if you come home at 3-4 in the morning and your girl doesn't say anything to you, that's not good. That's negative. I'm not saying she's acting jealous, but I'm just saying that she should care about where you've been all night.
Just a little bit.
I got a question for Yonci to flip the question back on you. So if Monty if he didn't say anything to you, would you perceive that there's something different or something has changed the way he felt about you?
So with regard to the shirt, it didn't even cross my mind, because I thought it was just a sexy shirt. I didn't realize it was like too sexy. So I wouldn't have thought anything about that. But let's just say, and this is a real thing, I went to lunch with my girlfriend, and normally, it takes 1 or 2 hours. We just really got caught up in conversation, and then I decided to run an errand. And so he was actually texting to see if I could bring him something from the restaurant, but he was like, "Oh, are you still at the restaurant?" And for me, it was like, I like someone who checks in and notices like, hey, it's a little bit longer than normal, but again, not from a controlling or I'm insecure, but it's like, okay, you're noticing, because I'll do the same thing, hey, are you almost on your way home, or things like that. So if it was something like that, maybe if I was gone for hours and hours and hours and he hadn't checked in, I might feel a little bit of a way, like, aren't you at least curious what I'm doing? But it's more of a playful, bratty type, not an actual, like, I'm sitting at home crying in my
I think it's a little more the way the question is asked, though. Yeah, to be honest, I think with the "does she even love me" part, I think that is a little kind of on the extreme side. I think if the end of that would be, does it show that she cares or doesn't care, then I think your results would have flipped.
I'm with you.
There's a huge difference between being territorial and jealous, though. And I seem like the majority of this panel has conflated those two things.
Yeah.
When you're jealous, it's because that stems from a fear of losing something. Your partner's attention, affection, fidelity, things like that. When you're territorial, that's about controlling and setting boundaries to protect the relationship. Those two things aren't the same. Yeah. Neither is being insecure territorial. And from the majority of explanations, those two definitions were almost the same. And they're not, because a man who's territorial is like, for example, if I'm territorial of my vehicle because it's mine and I pay for it. So whatever boundaries I place on it is cool. I'm not jealous of someone who likes my car or somebody else that has my car. The same thing with my woman. I'm not jealous that I don't want my woman going outside half-ass naked, but I am territorial because I think that certain things in our relationship should be saved for the home, as you put with your example with Montana the top. So it's a really big difference between those two things, and I just want to make sure that we.
I think where you're missing missing the point, but this is if women. So you're speaking as yourself as a man. So you're saying how you would feel, but
no, that was general for both sides. It wasn't just for me.
I think for women,
I don't think women think that way, though.
I don't think women think that way.
I would 100% think that women are territorial.
I always say territorial. I'm like, don't play in my face. I'll give you a perfect example. So we were at our favorite spot to watch the Chiefs games, and I must have walked away to use the restroom or something like that. And I came back, and this woman was comfortable. I even took a video because it was I'm like, no one's gonna believe how forward this one was. She just talking, had her hand on his shoulder, just and we got our kids at the table and everything. I sit down, and she's lit though. I sit down, and when I lean back, my shoulder is actually leaning on her hands because she's holding on the back of my chair and just talking to him. And it was like she finally came to, and she said, "Oh," and he said, because he introduces her as my fiance. She goes, "Oh, and your kids," like she was in a bubble. To me, I'm territorial. Like, get the heck away from my table. I don't think that he's going to run off with her. I don't want to talk about appearance because this is a public platform. I was not in any way worried he was going to run off with her. But to me, we're at an event. This is our private table. We're having our time. We didn't invite you. We don't know you. And so I'm like, back up. Like, you were not invited here. And so for me, I am territorial that way. I feel like it's about respect. I'm not going to go sit on some man's lap. I'm not going to be calling, a guy late at night. It's just about respect to me. The opposite of, being territorial, like Willie was saying, is about setting boundaries. So for me, I am a woman, but I am definitely don't play in my face. I expect
Yonci, I think for that was the appropriate reaction for that situation, right? That's a invasion of our private space, right? So that's an appropriate reaction. But I think what Willie is saying, some of the other gentlemen, is looking at it from a perspective of, if I could. So when I met my wife, right, I had to. We've been together now 20 years, and I had to go. Do this event in Arizona, and I get there, right. This is the first time I've ever experienced it in my life, because I'm that person who's always catering to that woman's need in terms of the attention, even when I'm away, right. I'd always been in relationships because I wasn't taught how to partner, right, properly. And so when I get to Arizona, I'm there for a day and I don't hear from her. The second day comes, I don't hear from her. The third day comes, I'm like, yo, what the heck? I pick up the phone and I call. I'm like, hey, I've been here for a couple of days. I'm just checking on you. She said to me, and this is how we are to this day. She said, listen, you are where you are and you're doing what you're doing. When you're ready to talk to me, you'll call.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, it was the coolest thing for me, because what it did was it let a weight off of me of needing to consistently call and, hey, I'm doing this, or I'm doing this, or how's that? Now, checking in is one thing. I'm a check-inner, right? I'm going to call it that way. I'm a check-inner. Hey, how's your day going? Everything good? Do you need anything? But to be somewhere and to have to cater to whatever insecurity is at home becomes a weight. And so when we look at it from this perspective, we're looking at it from a perspective of this woman is mature enough to understand the relationship that she's in. And she understands that what we have is solidified for the most part. And I don't need to cater to the insecurity that you may have because of whatever, right? It's this relationship is solid and we are who we are, right? And I think that's sexy for a man.
I was shook when you said 3 days. I wish Monte would go. First of all, land, and I don't know you landed safe.
Right.
I know you made it to the hotel safe.
Right.
That's my thing. If he goes on a boys trip, I'm like, I said, don't worry about calling. Don't worry about FaceTime. You don't even have to text me, but you best let me know that you made it as a black man back to your hotel room.
Yes.
That's what I know. I physically cannot go to sleep if I have not heard that check in. So I got a little when you said,
and then no, that's understandable.
3 days.
Yes, hit the ground, landed. Hey, I made it safely, but then
okay, I'm about to say,
and to this day, she's still the same way. You know,
I think the rules would be different for a man on a guy's trip and a woman on a girl's trip. But one, all that checking in and shit, I'm not doing that. I share my location, so you know where I am 24/7. But I'm just gonna talk to you because I talk to you now. What's weird to me, from like his point, is like he was there for 2 days and they talked to his old lady. If not just out of no insecurity type shit, just general like, damn, I don't think that I've went 48 hours without talking to someone that I like, let alone, I'm married to. And then the whole, well, you will call me when you get ready to talk thing. Baby, the phone work both ways. You call me when you want to talk. And if now, but I'll give it to you.
But it works for him,
Like she ain't had to cook for 2 days since I'm in Vegas. So she enjoying being at the house, being able to walk around, with her bra and panties on without me trying to do nasty stuff to her. She feels like she on vacation. I understand that. But like the 48 hours, like the check-in piece, I don't check in. I've never checked in out of someone's insecurity, but I've never been the guy to cater to those things. I've always called to check on my person because I want to talk to them.
Right.
It's never like an insecurity. And with the travel schedule that I've had in relationships, I would have never in life even allowed the precedent to be set that I have to be on the phone with you 24/7, or I got to check in with you every 4 hours like I'm still in the military. Like I'm not doing that.
Right.
And there's definitely a big difference between doing it out of love and out of insecurity, because we could be upstairs, downstairs, and be texting.
But my woman, when she go, if she's on, well, we don't. That girl trip shit is dead. But like on a girl, like on a work trip or something, yeah. Like as a black woman, you better check in with your black man of a husband, boyfriend, or whatever, so I can know you're safe. Like, you see what I'm saying? If I was worried about my woman going and popping it for somebody, busting it wide open while she's on these trips, she wouldn't be my woman. Fact. So that's never what I'm worried about. But it's always a safety and well-being concern that I have, because she's she's not with me nor under my purview, but I'm still responsible for her. So if she goes to Arizona like he was and gets sex trafficked by the cartel, her dad is gonna be mad at me, not just the cartel, because that man gave his daughter to me to protect and provide for. So I kind of would be like, hey, listen. I ain't seen a text message. I ain't seen a Facebook post. You ain't liked nothing. I done sent you 66 videos since the last time I talked to you, and you ain't opened not one. I would probably think something was wrong, and then I'm on the way.
Mia said something that I have said before. She said, I don't really like you if I don't get jealous or territorial. Even my good God is a jealous God. And we are made in his image. She said, thou shalt have no other gods before me. And that is what sets him off. You worshiping something else. I'm just I'm just saying we want to go spiritual. Let me do some quick shout outs. And I didn't want to cut whoever off who was talking. We got our first super chat. Thank you, Blockchain B Man. Whoop, 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 whoop. He said, like, comment, and share and subscribe. Dosh Garnet.
That's not what I said at all.
I know. I sent the YouTube censor. Wow, that was crazy.
You can say then. You just can't say that. You got the past 7 minutes.
I wanted to comment on that. Like, I feel like if, just to piggyback on what my man said about, if I was away or my woman was away, I feel like any slight of unnormal or unnatural behavior is going to trigger any type of, like expected, like some sort of jealousy or insecurity. So I feel like if the conversation is natural, like if you texting me the same way you would text me if I was in the same city, if I was at work or whatever, and it's natural, that's one thing. But if I go away, or if you're away and the conversation feels like, oh, well, I have to text you more, or I require, 3 phone calls. I need to know where you're at all the time. Like, you wasn't, that wasn't the same energy we had when I was, in town. So I feel like, right, it should just be natural. Like, whatever we do at home, it should just be the same thing we do if you go away.
Yeah, but I have to say on that though, I mean, I think I don't want to get too far off topic with this, but with that, in my opinion,
no such thing, Miguel.
I'm sorry.
There's no such thing as this is far off the topic here.
First time, I'm so sorry. With that, it's like, if respect is one thing, and the second thing I wanted to say to that is, when you're with your person and you're in the same vicinity, same city, same household, whatever, yeah, you have that access. But when you're away, I just think that there's this element of missing someone where you're not expected in a sense of, I'm telling you that you need to do this, but I think it's more of a, damn, this person is a part of me and I'm gone 2 or 3 days and I have not connected with this person. In my mind, something's off. And, inactions often result in actions that are often unnecessary actions, because now one person's mind is like, why hasn't he or she called me in 3 days? What is he or she doing out there in that hotel in Vegas or in Arizona? So for me, if I'm away from, I don't have a person now, but I'm saying if I'm in a relationship and I had a person and I'm going on a vacation, in my mind, it's not like I'm obligated to. To me, it's just my will to, because I want to connect with that person.
Right. And that's
what I'm saying?
That's why I said naturally, because naturally, if I was here, I wouldn't go 3 days without hearing from you. So if I'm away, if I'm on vacation, I would expect not to hear from you. Like, it should be the same communication.
But let me say this just for clarification purposes. So within what I was taught within that was, when I say you're going to call when you're ready to talk, right? So mind you, text messages are flying, but you're going to call when you're ready to talk. What I understood from that, because she and I talked for 1.5 years, nobody knew we even dated for 1.5 years, right? We just kept it about ourselves, getting to know one another, to identify, again, if this was someone that I could partner with, because I had never learned how to truly partner. And so the one thing that I respected within all of that was her demeanor never changed. Nothing changed about her. It changed about me. It made me understand, okay, she's going to be who she is no matter what. I wasn't who I was, right? I was that person who was consistently checking and checking and checking. And when I left, it was like, okay, why are you not checking on me, right? But she never changed. I was the one who had made the change. And so looking at where we are today, if I go to San Diego or I go to Seattle or what have you, I'm the one who's checking in, because her demeanor never changed, right? And so it was me that needed to understand, you know what? If I want to hear from her, or if I want to talk to her, reach out. She hasn't changed. I did. You know what I mean? And so it becomes what's best for that relationship, because it takes a weight off of me. At the same time, it doesn't put a burden on her, right? To have to do what it is that I feel I might need.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, why is there a burden? Like, there shouldn't be a burden for anybody. Like, it should be very
natural. Right. Anything becomes a burden when it comes out of the, I don't want to say burden, but anytime you are outside of what you normally do, it's a learned behavior.
If you don't want to talk, we ain't got, like, it should be just this. It should be very simple.
but
Hey,
realistically,
which one of y'all is a stereotype right now with a fire alarm going off?
It's the actual
I
whole
heard it
smoke
too.
detector.
realistically, and let's just keep it straight. You say to your lady, "I don't want to talk to you." What
So,
issue does that create?
I mean,
Well,
obviously,
we're breaking up.
the delivery is everything. I wouldn't flat out say
100%.
But
100%.
if I'm on vacation, I'm in motion, I'm doing something, say, listen, I'm busy right now. Give me a little bit. I'll give you a call back. That's a lot different than saying I don't want to talk to you right now.
That's where I'm at. I don't know what that brother's name is, but that is exactly where I'm at. If we are in partnership and we are living together and communicating every day, how then do we take a break from each other because you're on a business trip handling business or whatever and still not continue that same behavior that underpins our connection? I no disrespect to your wife, Demetrius,
No,
right?
not at all.
She is who she is and she needs what she needs. But as you were talking, I couldn't help but ask myself, would I want my husband to make that same choice?
Mm-hmm.
Go away and not feel the need to reach out and communicate with me as he has before he left for 3 days,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Mm-hmm. That's a great
I,
question.
I would struggle. I would struggle with that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't need you to be on the phone and checking in and do what you do. You know, I'm going to support you in that. But maybe at the end of your evening, hey, baby, this is what happened today.
Yeah.
You know, and I want to share that with you.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And I want to add this really quickly. One of the things that I absolutely love about this panel, even though the panel changes, I love how people can have differing opinions and still be respectful, because I'm sure we have all seen those crazy ones and they're just trying to get viral moments and who can clown who. And I love that. I'm just watching this, and I've always been a person who enjoys conversation because
We are grown, I would think, right?
well, I see some old folks acting a fool. So look, but I just want to commend you guys. I think it's awesome and it's a great example.
Just know when Willie do this.
Right. That's improvement. He's getting better, right?
I missed the old Willie. Bring the old Willie back.
No, man.
I don't say that. No, you see.
25 and last year Willie was demonetized, and yeah, it's just a lot. So I'm just trying to be a nicer, more, well, I'm not nicer, a kinder, more. Unless it's, I'm sorry, I'm lying about one thing. Though. If it's about like some weak man shit, I don't care. I'm never going to soften my stance on that.
He's like a spice, it's you're gonna know it's in there. It's in there. I want to give a couple of shout outs.
That sounds terrible, but I know what you meant though.
Oh yeah, not spicy. I want to give a quick shout out to Kenny Peoples. Kenny is always watching, even if he's running 14 miles before the show. Falake, good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. Sunrise, she was new to the show, but she has not missed ever since. I don't think so. I did a quick shout out to Blockchain Beeman for the first super chat. Thank you so much. If you guys want to drop a super chat, those are little love offerings. If you want to extend the show, I'll put the information up very soon. It's $1 a minute if you dare to keep this show going. Bia, nice to see you. Stephen, good to have you. And I think, and Janice, I want to say hi to Janice. She's always adding a lot to the show. And so I appreciate you guys all tuning in. And I hope that everybody has hit that like button. You guys know what time it is. It's time to snitch. So right now we have 14 viewers watching. That means that we should have 14 likes. So Willie, do you have yours pulled up or do I need to pull it out? That sounded terrible too. Let's see. All right. Oh, someone jumped off of there. If you are watching on a cell phone and you have the comments open, you have to close the comment box to be able to hit the like to see the little thumbs up, which there are only 5 right now. So I'm going to take that as you guys are mesmerized. You are so excited about this panel and what they're saying that you just forgot. But now this is your reminder. Go ahead and hit that like so YouTube knows that you are enjoying what you're seeing and you are hearing. If anybody on the panel dares to let the good folks in the audience know who is single and available to mingle, feel free to throw your hand in the air if you are available and okay letting the good folks know. Okay. Don't be stern. Now you see. Okay.
Half and half.
He's
Not
trying
to have.
you know,
I'm single, but I'm a handful, so I don't know if I'm ready for that yet.
All right. So every now and then I'll let the names come up. So if y'all want to see who you want to follow and follow on social media, you can do so. So if anybody wants to put their @ you can put your @. It is not a requirement for the show. Unfortunately, when I put the topics up, this platform just takes away the name. So it's kind of rough trying to remember everyone's name if it's there. All right. Did anyone have anything else they wanted to add for question number 1 before we move on to question number 2? All right. Okay, I was cracking up, Willie. You're talking about the smoke detector. That thing is such a pain in the butt. But right before I came on, the oven, someone was in the kitchen, and it was like full on fire alarm. So it was so loud.
I just got an Amazon package, so I feel good.
Oh, you said what?
I just got an Amazon package.
Oh,
so
that's
I feel
the best
really
feeling in
good.
the world, right?
I feel special.
Can't wait for mine tomorrow. All right. Number 2, so the rest of these questions were submitted by patrons. So I apologize to the men who have been following my page for a while because some of these are kind of redundant from what I've asked before, but I always let the patrons
You
ask
can tell us what they look like now too. Thank God.
You
Thank
say you can tell what the women look like?
No, you can tell us now because you can let us know what they look like because you know that matters.
No, absolutely not. No one is ever going to want to submit. Okay.
Unfortunately, it does matter.
Look, I'm not denying that. I'm just not going to be the mouthpiece. Okay. So the question is, what are some reasons men put, now y'all know I didn't write this because it said good women into the sex only category, which I already knew what y'all were going to say. Oh, and I completely forgot to read. Well, we're past it. We got enough comments from y'all. Y'all, if you want to read the comments for question number 1, jump on Patreon, patreon.com/Yonci, and read what they had to say. But let's get into question number 2. I'm going to start so I don't forget. I'm going to read like just a handful what the people had to say. Okay. Oh, Lord. First guy said, easy, beautiful body, ugly attitude.
She's not a good woman then.
That doesn't make her a good woman.
Look, and that's why when she wrote the question that way. Okay. Number 2 comment. This is what threw me off because it says number 1. Number 1, if she initially gave up the gold mine too fast. 2, she has nothing to contribute financially to a possible future. 3, she has no education. 4, she has multiple baby daddies. No matter how good you look, you having multiple baby daddies tell any high value man that you have poor decision making skills and you don't care who enters your body. Y'all, I have not read these.
It's looking like they implanted or they read. What are some reasons men put good looking women in the sex category?
Clearly, no. You know what? You're right because the way that these are reading, not all men think like that. A good man want me to good woman.
Wants to meet a good woman.
Oh, wants to meet. Thank you, because I was struggling. How can I buy them out? Meat. Okay, that makes sense if it was meat. A good woman.
I want to sponsor a question, Yonci, that I want you to ask the entire Youngsters Nation. Like, you just let me know.
So I'm allowed to say that it's a sponsored question.
Yes, you can tag me on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a question.
I'll read one last one, and then we're gonna let y'all loose on this one. She's giving sex only vibes. Hypersexual appearance, not serious about much, kids but never married, incongruent values, hates gender roles, shallow, etc. Oh, I gotta read the next one because this is what I was thinking. What qualifies her as a good woman? Don't all women think they are good women? I was waiting for that one.
I was just gonna ask, did a woman write this question?
Yeah, so my patrons on Patreon, they could submit questions. So
I got you, yeah.
Questions 2 through 5 were submitted on there. And so normally I put on the guys page, I put a disclaimer because I'm like, y'all know I wouldn't ask and say it's a good woman because that's subjective.
I think we're getting to the point where we're getting questions asked over and over again.
That's why I just said.
Y'all ain't listening.
It matters. She might be new because I was like, I didn't ask this or address this.
Dear woman who posted this, men don't put good women in the sex only category. We marry them.
Mm-hmm.
There you have it.
So
look,
if a man puts you in the sex only category, you're not a good woman
to that man.
And unfortunately, that's the only person that it matters to. You can think you're the greatest woman on earth, but if the man that you're letting bend you over doesn't think that you're not that to him. What your self-assessed value means shit to anybody other than yourself and maybe your parents if you have them. Outside of that, the men that you deal with, we are the judge, jury, and executioner of whatever a woman's value is to us. You could have been as healed as you think you need to be. When you get with us, you still got other issues, and we're like, no, but she got a fatty though, so I'm still gonna smash. But outside of that, you thinking you're a great woman with your education and all the other stuff you're going to lead with that just makes you a good employee or, a good businessman and not a good partner for any man who's self-sufficient or not, looking or probably homeless. If we don't think you're good, you can think what you want to, but I guarantee you what you think will not influence our decision.
That drives
I don't
me
know.
nuts.
I gotta argue the counter on that, Willie, because everyone's nodding their heads, but I kind of fundamentally disagree. Because I can just speak from personal preferences or things I know firsthand or experience firsthand, but I can't say, I'm only one man, so I can't be with every girl that I've ever hit. So, the reality of it is, if I think back, there were some quality women that I didn't wife up. I just, knocked her off and kept moving. But
why though?
Because the reason why I didn't at the time was because I wasn't mature enough. I was in my running around phase. Mm-hmm. So I had plenty of good women that would check most boxes in that phase of my life. And so I was like,
but she wasn't good.
She wasn't good enough then
for you at that time.
That's the point.
No. She was good enough for me. I just wanted more. It wasn't
exactly. So she wasn't
more,
enough.
It's not good enough.
That's the point.
There was
that's what we're saying. Is that you wanted more because she's good enough for you now. Like if you were single, you probably spin the block now. But back then, she wasn't worth it. For example, if you could have got with Halle Berry back then, you'd have set your ass down. When you were young. Halle Berry would have had you.
No. That's predicated on the belief that all men can recognize a good woman.
I was going to say,
we're talking about Halle Berry, and that's
predicated.
Listen, though, she's been married. She's been married like 5 times.
He's saying that there was something that would have motivated him.
You would have set your ass down for a woman like that. But you're not running across Halle Berry.
No, but listen, but hold on. But let me say this point because maybe I'm not being clear. Because even though she didn't make me settle down, or she didn't make me say, I want to be with you exclusively, it doesn't mean she wasn't a good woman.
Right. I was going to say
so just because I said I can recognize the value in something and qualities that I like, that doesn't mean that I'll settle down and stay with this particular woman. So I'm saying that in that space I was in, I could see quality. I know good women. I know, she has a lot of good characteristics that I like. But I'm back out here in these streets. So every time I decided to leave, doesn't mean she wasn't good.
Right.
So my family had a rule.
She wasn't good enough to make you stay, was my point. Not saying she's not good overall.
But what he's saying is it was more about where he was. So my family had this rule not growing up, but the men in my family had this rule that you don't mess with good girls. So if you could tell she's in the streets, hey, have your fun, do. But if she's an actual, you could tell she came from a good home. She has a good head on her shoulders. She has been keeping herself. You don't mess with those girls if you're not trying to wife her up. And so in those situations, there would have been good girls. I had nobody trying to talk to me in college, and it made me really insecure. In high school too, I was so insecure about it until towards the end, I had a guy tell me, he's like, you give off wifey vibes. And no dudes 18, 19, 20, they're not trying to, they're trying to be out here at these parties. They're trying to be starting their career. They're not trying to be. And so it felt good once I figured that out. And I realized all my friends who were getting all these dates, I could have done without those dates under my belt, if you know what I meant. So it wasn't love and all these guys wanting to marry them. They thought they would be a good time and would be fun on their arm. And out of respect, they left me alone. And then, of course, I got scooped up 2 years later by somebody much older who was.
Is it respect or just men being lazy? Because those other girls were easy and they know you weren't.
No. What I'm saying is it's respect based on what my father and my brother and my uncles all told me growing up. They said there's a code. It's a man code. If you're not going to go screw up this woman's life, if you see she has a good head on her shoulders, you don't take her out and play with her unless you're about to do something serious. So it doesn't matter how good, if they knew and were honest with themselves when they were in their hoe phase. And when they were in their hoe phase, they told the hoes, you're my Wednesday, you're my Thursday. Come on Thursday and see what happens. You're going to embarrass yourself. But they were honest and they were just It is.
I was significantly
Yeah.
more savage than I thought when I was young, because I think
I
that's
don't think that rule always applies either.
yeah. I didn't
'Cause
learn
even
that
at
till
my
I was
worst,
40.
I was still messing with some good girls. No, they weren't just
Because
being
they're
put
safe.
to sex
The
only.
good girls are the fun ones. You ain't got to
Yeah.
worry about a bunch of dudes calling them. They got low body counts, low mileage, low drama, low
Terrible.
baggage. And as long as you just not I was never a scumbag, but as long as you like, don't get her pregnant, leave her, put your hands on her, stuff like that. I mean, if it don't work, it don't work. And she just got some relationship experience, but I never was thought that, oh, well, yeah, she's a good girl, so I shouldn't talk. I was like, oh, she's a good girl. That's who I should definitely talk to.
My dad actually had a shotgun, like if a guy came to the door, I didn't care if I was in my 20s, like you would hear. So everyone in my high school knew you don't mess with it. We're the Johnson girls. I remember being at a basketball game. This is a true story. We're at a packed gym. It was the boys' game, and we're all sitting around. Everyone's having fun, whatever. And all of a sudden, we just saw the men just stand up, all the guys around us, and it was like, is there a noise I didn't hear? And I turn, and here's my mom walking in with her little heels, and she was on the boosters, and here come my dad with his little 3-piece suit. He had this mean, like, they all knew. Nobody wanted to be caught by Mr. Johnson sitting next to the Johnson girls. Like, it was a thing. Like, we were marked territory. Like, you don't mess with them. So
that was because of your dad. That wasn't because you was a good girl.
That was your daddy.
In college, nobody knew my dad.
Yeah, I agree with my man. I think like a person can be a good person, but not good for me.
Then
Like-
she's not. It's about good for you, not anybody else. It's good for you.
But that doesn't make it a good. She's not a good person. She's good for somebody else. She's just not good for me.
No, well, I understand what you're saying. She could be a good girl. She could be a good girl for me. She could be somebody that's quality for me. I say, okay, she's a good girl for me, but I am still running around. Not till I got older did I say she's a good girl for me, and I want to hold on to her.
Oh yeah, the age part definitely comes into play.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maturity and growth is kind of where things become revealed and you get a better understanding. But what I did when I was 25, 35.
That has nothing to do with the woman being good though, or valuable. It's just that's a man's development. That's the separation there. And I think a lot of women will try to.
But I'm saying the separation is if you say, okay, I'm going to hold on to this.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
I think
let me take a different approach if I could. Let me take a different approach if I could. Mm-hmm. So we look at the question: what are some reasons men put good women into sex-only categories? And I think the first thing we got to realize is nobody puts you anywhere. It's a level of acceptance, right? So there's a level of accountability that men and women have to have. As my man is saying, he wasn't ready for this type of woman at that particular time. The only thing he was ready for was the sexual portion of it. Well, understanding that as a woman, do you keep yourself in that environment, right? Do you keep yourself in that situation? And as a man, you have to be accountable enough to know this is only what it is. And am I being transparent, not honest? Am I being transparent about the situation versus just saying, hey, I just want sex? That's being honest. But the transparent part is we're never going to be in a relationship. Like this is never going to materialize into anything. And so I don't think you can say someone put you somewhere that you didn't agree to be in. You know what I mean? And that's just from a different point of just the accountability portion of it.
And I agree
on that. I got to say this. I knew this dude when I was living in another city, right? He was on the apps and he would just run through girls. And that was his intention. He would meet them, smash, and then go to the next. The part about that was at the same time I was single, I was on the apps. And as he would tell me these stories, I just hooked up with this girl last night. I just hooked up with this girl last night. Now I'm sitting here on the app scrolling through, looking at people. Oh, damn, she's fine. I want to reach out to her. But in the back of my mind, maybe dude ran through her. Everything about her profile makes her look, give the impression of a good girl. But, now that I know the situation about him, his intentions were not pure, even if it was a good girl. Whereas if someone like, that actually has good intentions, meets a good girl, they want to wife her up, right? So again, I think it's all about how the question is asked. One of the main reasons men put good women into a sex-only category, if you're not like this self-inflated ego to think that you're a good woman without looking in the mirror, that intention is only because of where he is. And I agree with, I'm sorry, I forget your name, but my man with the gray hat. Right. I do agree with you about being in that space mentally. physically, mature, whatever. You got to be in that space to be able to accept a good woman, to bring her to that next level and not categorize her there.
Right. I agree with that because men control the pace of the relationship.
Absolutely.
I would say men have the gas pedal, women have the brakes. If you want to slow it down, you can, but you don't speed it up. I love it what you're saying, Mikkel, that if we clarify with this question, if you truly are a good woman, meaning he values you as good, then the reason that he would put her in the sex only category would be the reasons that you said, that he just wasn't ready. And that could be for a number of reasons. And that's why I think it's so important for women to do the work, because in reality, not every man is going to pick you. And we don't have the luxury of knowing why. Like, it would be so helpful if there was an exit interview and he said,
give them to us.
You said what?
Give them to us. If you want an exit interview, you just got to be willing to take what come with it. That's why you'll never know, because most women don't have the courage to ask. And then not only ask, but be receptive. Because if you ask a guy and you're vulnerable, we're not going to be like mean to you. But if you ask for our truth, you need to be strong enough to hold it.
I don't know that people would be comfortable, because I am the type to ask. And I think sometimes it makes the person feel on the spot because they assume that most women are going to just break down and cry or get defensive.
We get that from y'all, though.
We assume because it's our history with you.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. It feels like a trap. If you ask a guy that, it's going to feel like a trap. I had to teach Monte. It took me almost 2 years to really prove to him this is a safe space, because his eyes would get wide open when I would ask things like, this can't be real. Like, this has to be a trap. Like, no, I genuinely want to know, and you're allowed to disagree, and you're allowed to say, I don't like this. But I agree.
That's a rarity, unfortunately.
But that's why I say I don't think guys would be comfortable doing it, because it's going to feel like ding, 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 something's off.
I also think that's part of the reason why women get put into the only sex category.
A lot of times.
Men don't want to have that conversation because it's not going to be received well.
Well, I don't think men don't want to have the conversation. I think women want to be lied to. Women don't want the truth. Every woman actually wants lies. Very few times do you really want to know the legitimate truth. So you have to lie to women, because that's what they want.
I'm going to modify what you just said a bit, if I can. I think that we want the truth. We tell ourselves that we want the truth, but a lot of times we don't have the flexibility to handle the truth. I don't think anyone says lie. I want you to lie to me. I don't think that's a cognizant choice women make. I think we are difficult with the truth when it's handed to us, and it takes work. It really does take work. Like Yonci said, she's one who asked. I too ask, but it took me time to get to develop the flexibility and the security and the receptiveness to ask and be okay with what's answered back, right? And then I think sometimes men need to be delicate with how they deliver that truth.
Absolutely. I would agree with that.
I didn't believe this.
No, Willie, tonality matters. Tonality matters. You can say no. It matters.
You just did one earlier.
It matters to me as well. And I'll say it this way: men want respect versus love, right? And so when a woman speaks to a man a certain kind of way, it's disrespectful. So, but if she says the exact same thing in a different tone, tonality matters, right? We can hear, so it allows us to then respond and not react.
So give me an example of a tone that a woman can call a man a BAN, and where the tone matters. Because I think that the majority of men, it's what you say 10 times more than the tone.
I think it's both.
I think
it's both. When it comes to men and women, it's both. Because I mean, you call you a broke nigga, right? If a woman is saying that to a dude, oh honey, you're a broke nigga. It's the same thing. Right, it's respect. It's respect. It's not about.
That's what I would say. The tonality doesn't matter.
But
you call me a broke ass nigga and calling me a broke nigga. You call me a broke nigga.
But I think there's a difference with
tonality matters, though. Tonality
and word choice. Because if I were to say, baby, I see you working, but I think that you could be doing so much more. I think that you're really under your potential or underperforming. That's different than saying, oh, you're so lazy and you suck at life. The end result is the same. Or if he says to me,
that's not word choice though.
Yeah, that's word
that's
choice.
What I said. I think it's word choice and tone. I think
Like,
Welcome to the show,
look at men that play football. Hey, get your lazy ass up and go make that tackle, right? That coach gets responded to. You know why? Because it's a different relationship. A lot of women put themselves in that same masculine coach relationship when they're in their feelings talking to a man.
I will agree with you.
Because women are they feel so safe in disrespecting men because the previous generations of men were unfortunately taught that, hey, you should not hit a woman to hit you back. So women feel like they're safe doing that. If me and Braven, well, no, that's my dog. I know him in real life. But say, for example, me and Braven were out and somebody was talking to Braven crazy, like a dude, right? We're probably putting him on a liquid diet for what he said. But if it was a girl talking to Braven crazy, then we're not going to address her violently. We may call somebody else to do it that is also a woman, but we're not going to put our hands on her. And when women are way too comfortable disrespecting men, and then on the opposite end of that spectrum, they're way too comfortable trying to police how we tell them our truth. Because again, my tone shouldn't matter if you ask me why I chose to not pursue you. As long as I'm not telling you because anything in a derogatory fashion, the tone of me telling you, well, you know, hey, sometimes, you know, I found out you smashed 3 of my homies. Like, there is no tone that a woman is going to take that where it's going to be okay. Because now it's triggering her like, damn, now my past is out. Now I'm embarrassed. Now I'm on the spot. And women have a volatile emotional reaction to being put on the spot in situations like that when rejection is involved. So the tone of how I said it wouldn't matter.
No, but it does. Let me say it this way. You're not responsible for the response or the reaction. You're only responsible for how you deliver it.
Facts.
You're not responsible for how they react or how they respond to it. Right?
I'm also responsible for my intent behind my words.
But imagine if intent could be seen. Right? If we could physically see intent, it would be amazing because then everybody's communicative, right? Because I think inherently everybody's a good person, but you're not responsible for how they respond to your truth. You're only responsible for how you deliver.
Honestly, guys, I think everyone is talking idealistically, right? If you think about something and say, okay, I know this one woman or this one situation, this one person I met, but for the masses, I think majority of men are okay with receiving things. Majority of women are not. Women, I don't believe personally that majority of women want to know the truth. They say that to themselves, yes, tell me the truth, but they don't want the truth. Their entire
makes them feel good.
They wouldn't weaponize
They want the truth if it makes them feel good.
Right, exactly. They want the truth if it makes them feel good. And if you think about the entire dynamic of their entire existence, most of it is built on a lie. Everything is not truthful. That is the foundation of their most existence, right? You're not the prettiest, you're not the sweetest, but everything is based upon telling them what they want to hear, from how they present themselves to you don't look like that normally, you're not that tall, your lips aren't that red, your hair isn't that. It's an entire fabrication of what. Now a man, right? For example, for men, my brother down here in the gray, you're bald headed. You got to be bald. You just got to be bald. Ain't nothing we can do about that, man. I'm bald. I accept the truth. I don't have it. Women, no, they're not accepting that. I'm putting this on because this is what I want, and so everyone must now cater to how they want to be perceived or dealt with, which is not truthfully.
I gotta do this. We got a super chat, $4.99. Thank you so much, Blockchain. Y'all, I apologize for laughing. We have a terrible inside joke about cheesecake, so he's killing me.
First of all, that inside joke is not terrible. That shit was amazing.
Anywho, yeah.
That look good, man.
But no, I would say, as someone who coaches women, I do have to use kid gloves when it comes to women more than with men. And I think that it is because with men, if you have a masculine presence in your life or a woman who is well-rounded, you're taught at an early age to check yourself, check your emotions. And so even if you feel a way, not to act out. I also think that there is that logical side. Thank you, Nayusi. Was that a love offering or was that a show extension?
Read it.
Oh, let me see. Oh Lord, y'all. I have a love-hate relationship here. Oh, I didn't see the dot. I said, oh. He said, it's always love, but run it. Okay, first 20 minutes are added to the clock, y'all. Let me put it on here. As I mentioned before, you don't have to stay, but if you want to, you're more than welcome to. We got Nayusi on the clock for 20. All right, thank you. But when it comes to men, I think that you guys are taught like to be able to level up, and there's this competitive nature in you to get better and things like that. So like a guy could be told, hey man, you're getting fat, and yeah, I am, and start running. Tell a woman that, we'd be in tears. A true story that actually happened to a friend of mine. The guys saw him after not seeing him for a while and just blurted out across the table like, wow, you got fat. Like, you're eating good. I'm like, oh my God. My friends would never say that. And everyone was just laughing and it was no big deal. So
why is there a section called Big and Beautiful?
Why do you have to why you're just big? That's a reality. You're big.
Right. And then the men's side is just big and tall.
I was just about to say, it just says big and tall.
It's not big and handsome.
Right. Exactly.
There is something that is such a pet peeve for me, and it's part of 2025 and the culture we live in. And there's all of this, like my truth, my reality. And the thing that is difficult as a dating coach is I have to explain your opinion does not matter when it comes to, I'm saying selling yourself, not in the sexual term, but you're like, men are like the customer, the potential customer, and we're the product. So it doesn't matter if I value my wardrobe and I value my earlobe, I value this. I have to know what my audience values. And so that is something that I see a lot of women get stuck on and saying, but I want you to value my education and I want you to value, And it just doesn't work that way.
My ex-wife used to tell me, like not me specifically, but she would reference her 3 degrees. She got a master, bachelor, associate, however that works, right? Crazy thing is, so do I. The ex-wife had no idea that I had 3 master's degrees until we were divorced. I had no idea. You know why? Because I don't care about them. So, and then she could never understand why, like, I kept telling her, like, you having a master's degree is cool, but it don't mean shit to me. It means something to like your employer or the army, right? But she had no idea. She just, matter of fact, found out she didn't know what I did either, which is my fault. But, I'm very private about what I do professionally. But, like, none of those things that, like, the stuff that women work hard at are what they value. And unfortunately, that's their career, their appearance, and their education, 9 times out of 10. And then if she's pretty, you get penalized for valuing that because she didn't have to work hard for it. So she doesn't value it. They typically only value it when it benefits them, like when they're the ages where it's getting them free stuff. But 35, 40 with the right amount of trauma behind it, that's when that stuff doesn't care because now they're just older and trying to find someone who wants to accept them as they are.
Oh, goodness gracious. All right, y'all. We are going to move on. Thank you, Willie. We're going to move on to question number 3. Y'all, if you want to follow any of the lovely people on the panel, here is a quick peek. Take a screenshot. That's their Instagram info for those who have added it. For those who have not, just watch the show and enjoy them because that's all you're going to get.
Mine.
Yeah, go ahead and add that. We'll bring it back.
I don't know how to add it.
Oh, you don't? Put it in the private chat and I'll add it for you.
Okay.
All right. So let's get back to it. So number 3, again, this is a Patreon submitted question. If men have so many options, why do I want to read it in the voice? If men have so many options, why do they circle back to the previous person's over and over? And all I can think about right now is, I just blanked on your name. Demetrius, you're saying, you gotta opt in for that.
That's exactly what it is.
Access.
Men keep coming back because you give us access to it.
Access.
Right? You say yes every single time, and if there's a time that you say no, then we move on. Unfortunately, and it's just what it is. You can't make anybody do anything. You know what I mean? So it always comes back to, I'm going to do what you allow me to.
Why don't the women ask themselves why they allow the men to keep coming back?
That's the question.
Well, let's just answer the question though, because it's because men like the known good. That's why. If there's a girl, every man on this panel, and I'm gonna leave Demetrius out because he's married for damn near over 2 decades. So I'm gonna leave him out of it. I don't want to start no static at home. Every man breathing on this post has a woman right now that if he could, he would. Like, and if not by if she gave him access and he's in a relationship now, but like if he was single and caught her like somewhere and she was willing, he is going to die face first in it because every guy has that one or two that they just remember. So you think that if
not me.
Sound, yeah, that's the right answer.
I'm not even saying that because I'm in a relationship. Like I just,
nah, but you also in Mexico and you don't have no
for all new. You know what I'm saying? I ain't going back.
That's a very rare subsection of men that can have that experience. But generally speaking, for men, every guy has one. Like if he saw her, he's like, listen, she did the thing with the other thing. She used all 3 hands. Like it's always going to be like something special about that person. And if we can, we will. Like it's women have the same thing. Y'all have the one dude who was hitting the one spot with, you know what I'm saying, his toe, the other spot with his finger. Like y'all have that guy who just like knew your body well. So if those people are available to us, shit, it's like me going to Ojeda. As soon as I come to Dallas, you know where I'm going. Like as soon as I touch down, I'm going to Ojeda or Whataburger. If I had to say that Ojeda or Whataburger were women, if those women, they don't exist though, because again,
I can't believe you said the name.
No,
that's cool. No, we gotta. Don't worry about it. Everybody can go to haters now. Tell them Willie sent you.
Okay.
I'll
never say the name.
Those women don't have. They don't exist for me in real life. But hypothetically speaking, if they did, please understand if they are available in women, I'm stopping by there as soon as I touch down.
I feel like if you have to circle back, you're just still immature.
What?
He said what he said.
Sense, Greg. I want to hear how does that make sense?
Disagree with that one.
He said what he said.
You have to circle back to any woman in your past. You are still immature. You haven't
elaborate.
Say more. Say more.
So, for an example, if I dated a chick and we was messing around, and it ended. Let's say it ended peacefully. It ended in a peaceful way, and then time goes on. Blah blah blah. If I have to go back and revisit a relationship that I've had in the past, then there's a sense of immaturity at that point where I haven't faced some sort of honesty where I can move on from it. I'm supposed to.
Who said we're revisiting relationship?
Hey,
what is circle back?
The question
Demetrius and Brad had the exact same facial expression when he was talking.
Well, let me break this down because I get
the question is about circle back.
I get in a sense what you're saying because of where you were at that particular time in your life, and you're saying you've moved on from that relationship. You should have grown, but we're disconnecting whatever emotions or physical feelings that were connected to that relationship at that particular time. So even though you may have done work, maybe you dealt with some childhood or adulthood trauma at that time you were in that relationship. And as you move forward in life, if you're saying you had to go back, you haven't grown. If you're saying it on that level, I get it. But I think even for myself, being in a relationship for 20 years, there's that person that I remember from college. If I saw that person and I was single and I'm like, yo, that doesn't mean that I haven't grown. It just means that there was something special about that person, perhaps. Right. But
the question didn't say that. The question said a person over and over again. So that means it's repeat, like you're going back and forth to that person.
Because the vagina is good.
But it doesn't mean that you haven't.
It's not a fling where it was an old school sweetheart and then she came back and reappeared. The question was the person that you just keep going back to. Right. That's maturity. That's you just know you're not. Why are you? What's the point?
I'm trying to process this, right? I'm trying to process it and understand each perspective. So when it comes to like maturity, I'm trying to think like if you are a man who is going back to an older girl that you used to deal with for just strictly sexual pleasure, or if you're not looking for a particular type of relationship, is there some immaturity there, or is that not true? I'm trying to process it. 'Cause I know me for example, I don't do that. But I'm more so an intentional person in my life. But I don't know. I'm trying to think, does that make me mature or not? Like, can somebody be, can somebody like to have casual sex and stuff like that and still be mature? I guess that's what I'm trying to think about.
But
Like, I have a hard time.
look at Willie? I apologize, Willie. Do we also look at the fact that were there feelings attached to this individual that you keep going back to? Because that has something to do with it as well, whether you're willing to be honest with yourself about it or not, right?
Yeah.
It has something to do with it as well.
Yeah, I agree, and I don't know that that's steeped in immaturity. It sounds to me like
human condition?
unresolved issues. I mean, if you were resolved and right, then you wouldn't keep going back. If you're going back, there's a reason for it, and if it's emotionally tied or emotionally based, does that necessarily mean that you're not mature? I don't know that I agree with that. I think there's
Well, I do think that we're not giving
the word.
we're not necessarily fully understanding of the word mature. I do think we're kind of not, because
I just
in,
went by
in
the
terms of
definition of the word.
in terms of maturity, you can use it the typical way, but maybe he's using it as a, like, when you think of something that's fully matured or something, like, things as we mature, the older we get, eventually we will be no more, right? Eventually we won't be here when we've reached our peak. So in terms of this relationship, or this, not even relationship, this sexual, whatever he's talking about, maybe if it never runs its course, maybe that's kind of what he's talking about. I'm not sure.
Like, I just have a hard time reconciling me wanting to. I'm in a relationship, right? So I stopped messing with a girl who does the 3-hand twist, all of the other cool stuff, right? That I like. And then I get in a relationship, and then we break up, and I'm single again, and I see her, and I hit her again because, again, she does something I like physically. I don't see how, by definition of the word, either the female definition of the word immature, how that would make me or a guy who does it immature. Because it's no different than if I'm in a relationship with a woman who doesn't want me riding motorcycles, so I don't while I'm with her, but we break up and I'll get my bike out of storage and I ride my bike again.
What's the intent?
there.
What are you talking? Like, that's the intent of sex.
That's okay. That's you proving my point. So if
Wait,
that's
how?
only,
I want to.
if
So
that's the only
just because he
intent,
went back to smash, that means he's an immature person.
Wait, I want to ask a question. Is because there are certain things that if somebody still does at a certain age, we can objectively, most people might say that they're immature. Now, question: is casual sex with old partners, or like, is that for a certain? Is that unbecoming of a man a certain age?
I think so. I think it's
Does
certainly,
that become immature for
yes,
after a certain age? Is it like, should you be past that?
yes.
No, I think it's based on your relationship status. I mean, I mean,
And
yeah,
I'm just asking the question. We processing it together.
yeah. No, we together, brother. Nah, I believe that's based upon your relationship status. I think when when a man cheats or steps out on his woman, that's a level of immaturity to me. But as far as whenever it comes to just, if you're a single man, I don't care if you 20, 30, 40, 140. A man still wants a woman. I mean, there's old men in nursing homes that still try to harass nurses that walk by. So that urge never goes away. So
Well, I think maybe sexual overall promiscuity at a certain age is immature, but going back to an old reliable, I don't see that as being immature. I don't. A lot of times we go back, as Willie was saying, for specific reasons.
Okay.
I think somebody said something about closure. I don't think closure is a trait that men are really looking for when it comes to women. So I don't think that plays any part in us going back to them. I think it's simply speaking for myself. Let me put it this way: I know there's at least one or two women that I can. Let me clean this up. In the right opportunity, revisit those situations. It has absolutely nothing to do with any kind of unresolved feelings. It has everything to do with the physical history.
Can I just throw something in there? It's metaphorically speaking, right? So you got a pair of, let's say you went out and bought a pair of, Gucci shoes, right? And you had them for a minute, and they fresh on you, you rocking them, and then you go shopping and you see a pair of Ferragamos, or you see a pair of Pradas or whatever. Like, damn, I like those. I'm gonna drop, a rack on it. You wear them, take them out, and they hurt. You go back to the Gucci's, right? And then you're out there with the Gucci's on, and you go to another spot and you see another pair of shoes. They fly, whatever. You put them on, you wear them for a day, and but they don't fit like those Gucci's, right? So it's not a matter of, and I'm taking the sex out of it. It's sometimes a matter of comfortability. It's sometimes a matter of, and I don't mean to offend any of the ladies that are listening, any ladies on the panel, but you know, every woman's got their level of crazy, right? And so if you dealing with level 4, and you've been dealing with level 4 for about 4 or 5 years or however long, and now you decide, you know what, I don't want to deal with you anymore, and you go to someone else, and that person's at a level 6. You look at the situation like, damn, I dealt with this 4 for 4 years, 2 years, whatever. Now I'm trying to get something new and deal with a new level of crazy. Nah, I'm good. I'm going to go back to the crazy I know and the crazy I'm used to, because I know what to expect with that crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Immature?
So it just depends on.
That's a different scenario, though. The question I think we keep leaving out is over and over. So that means that it's ending, and then you keep coming back. It's ending, and then you keep coming back. Why is the situation ending? Why
relationships end?
Yeah, because you out there and you see something that you look at the situation. Like Steve Harvey, for example, he was talking about not Steve Harvey, Sinbad. He was talking about how he went out there. He was married for a long period of time. He got divorced or whatever, went out and messed with somebody different. And he ended up coming back to what he was used to, because he was like, man, I'm dealing with the same issues, but with a different woman. I might as well just stay with the person that I invested in and just work that out.
It's
immature.
So it's like going back.
One time, but if he would have left her and then went back to the other one and then came back, that's immaturity. At that point, you're not making.
You know what? Listen, I understand what you're saying. I wouldn't call it immaturity, but I understand what you're saying, where you're going with it. As far as I don't know what the right term you want to use, as far as stability, emotionally, whatever you want to say. I understand the over and over aspect, because if you go somewhere and you leave and you go and you leave, you go and leave. I got friends now. I'm like, listen, bro, y'all been off and on for 5 years. Right. Y'all gonna make it work, or y'all gonna leave it alone. Right. Decide what you're going to do. If this is who you want to be with, put the time and energy in to make a relationship work. If you don't, stop messing with her, because you're wasting your time. So decide what you want to do. So I understand what you're saying. I wouldn't necessarily call it immaturity, but I get where you're going with this. A level of maturity it takes to put into a situation you want to deal with. And so certain people come into things and they leave, and I'm just over here, they playing with it, not getting serious. Like, are you gonna be with it or not? I kind of understand what you're saying a little bit.
It's maybe a better descriptor is it's a lack of intention.
Yeah, but words mean something, though. That's the thing, right? I'm big on what words mean.
Definitions matter.
What immature means doesn't fit. It's not related.
I don't think it was that far. I don't think it was that far off.
It's super far.
I would say selfish. I would say
selfish would have fit. If he'd have said selfish, I would have looked at. I would have felt differently about it. But it's like there's nothing wrong with someone finding comfort in familiarity. For example, it's like I leave Dallas, go live somewhere else. I come back to Dallas. Why? Because Dallas is home. Dallas
okay, but listen though, in that same situation you're saying, imagine it's a woman, right? You go with her and you like it, you want to go back. Okay. Right. But you like it enough to go back, but not like it enough to stay.
Well, I do stay for a while until something else happens or it doesn't work out.
Okay, so you back and forth.
Right.
Like mom, listen, I got a brain. She's telling me go in or out.
All I'm saying.
Hold on, wait.
Go inside. Stop fanning that door. Go inside or outside.
So listen, this is
that's all I'm saying, bro.
Make a specific and very private amount of inside information. So I will answer the question as such. In that situation, Braven, what I would do is, and what you know that I did is, I did one, I stopped, and then I went and did the other thing, and then also stopped. I never intended to go back to doing the other thing. We'll just say ride my
intended. You just said intended. Lack of intention.
So I never intended to go back to do the other thing full time, but I definitely meant to do it from time to time when it felt good. I don't ride my motorcycle every day. I only ride it when it's sunny and dry, right? But every now and then I get bored. But now in this relationship that I was in, I was not able to also ride my favorite motorcycle because she didn't think it was safe. So we
got a super chat.
Is that an ass?
Where?
Like whatever emoji she used looks like an ass on your yellow background.
Oh, I can't see it. I'll have to open it on my.
It's hard.
Oh, okay.
but
It doesn't show on StreamYard. I have to go
You need
down.
these?
it's
Thank
the
you,
heart
Lynette.
emoji. But so I quit doing things in one relationship that I couldn't do while I'm in it. But once I'm out of that relationship, I'm no longer under those restrictions. So I'm going to go do what I want to. There's nothing immature about that. Like by definition of the word. Now, is it lacking attention?
But I'm asking you, just personally in a relationship, what makes you go back over and over, but not makes you
Her
stay?
vagina and the 3-hand twist. I led with that.
He's saying it's purely for his his sexual
Purely
gratification.
sexual.
You don't get along nowhere else, but the 3-hand twist with the extra toes, we work with. That
Well,
works.
my man might be right. That might be immaturity then. If
But
he only gonna
let's
do
look at it
3
this way
hands,
also.
he might
Let's
be
look at it
right.
this way
That
also.
might be immaturity.
What if there is something that
You
you're
need more than a
feeling,
3-hand twist, man.
and I don't want to call it closure because I don't closure is just
Closure
what
is
it
for
is.
women.
But so I'm not gonna go that far, but I'm gonna say closure is just it's what it is to whomever the individual is, right? But what if there's something you feel you didn't do? What if there's something you feel it's incomplete between the two of you?
Oh no,
That's different. That's
Wait, I'm
that's
sorry. Did he just say?
different.
Did he say? Hold on. Did he say closure is for women?
No, I'm not
said
saying
that.
that.
No, not you.
Billy said that.
I
No,
said
bro,
that.
That's a very
No,
inaccurate
Well, I mean, I'm
statement,
not
man,
going. I
because
was
we all need
my
closure.
complete sentence is for women and women raised men, but there's no value in closure for a man, unless it's like with a client or a business. But
I
getting
don't know,
close
man.
in a relationship, that means you're not self-aware and don't know where you suck at. And I'm not like a woman should have to tell you that. You know where you messed up in a relationship. So ask the woman to tell you, like asking, okay, well, hey, how can I not make this mistake for the next woman? Why would a woman tell you that?
Willie, let me give you a
Let me-
scenario.
Okay.
Can I give you feedback on a scenario?
I like scenarios.
So what if you had a woman who left and you loved her and you were into her, whatever, and she just started behaving weird and then she eventually broke it off? You didn't know why. To your knowledge, you didn't do anything. And then years later, she comes back and she says, I've done therapy and I realized that you checked every box and I was intimidated by you because I felt like you would get bored with me and it made me feel like I couldn't please you. And you realize it was all in her head. You did nothing wrong. I would call that giving him closure because he never knew what the reason was for the break off. Are you saying that that's not something that you would value, knowing
I couldn't give less of a damn because once you leave, it's over. And like that, so this is like you've heard me say this. I would rather shit in my hands and clap than get back with any of my exes, like in any type of relationship.
Unless it's sexual.
Well, excuse me, any type of relationship that requires me to do more than 30 or 45 minutes of work at a time. Like I would literally defecate in my hands, put on my best white suit, and clap my hands as hard as I can.
Ladies,
So
got you to
for
that
the
point?
brothers,
What got
for the
you to
brothers
that
that's on this
point to
panel,
say that
hold
so
on, I got a
emphatic?
question
Hold on.
for the brothers on this panel that want to disagree with Willie and myself because I'm in agreement with him. What is the purpose of closure for a man, or what are you seeking from a male perspective as far as closure is concerned? Because it's not necessary from my perspective. I don't think we need closure. What purpose does closure serve?
I don't know if it's necessarily closure.
What got you to that
What is
point?
closure though? What is that?
The way I was raised, I don't need closure from anybody. And business is important, right? When I have a client, I do an exit interview with them. Hold on for a second. Anyway, so when I do an exit interview with the client, I'm not asking for closure. I'm asking for feedback, and it's feedback so that way I know how I can be a better business provider for them. And then two, if there's anything that I can do to get more business that will have them refer me to someone else. I don't give a shit about why our relationship didn't work. Once we decide that it's not working, that's the time to have all those conversations. What it was. So anything that doesn't get said then, I couldn't care less about. Because just because you went out and did your work after the fact, and then found out that after the fact, I was actually what you were looking for, and then after the fact that it was you in your head, that's a you thing. I don't give a shit about how you feel about me now. We're not together.
That's different though.
It's not different at all. That's exactly what poetry is for me.
No, hold on.
Here's why it's different. It's different because business, there's no emotion in business. When you're in a relationship, there's a sense of emotion that's involved between you and another individual. So not necessarily saying that I require closure, when there's a relationship that ends, whatever, but I can understand somebody who may feel some type of way if the relationship just ends without knowing, what happened, why it ended, what could he have done differently to try to save the relationship. So I do get that aspect of it, but to make it as cut and dry as to say that it's not required at all for men, I kind of disagree with that.
Just pose the question.
Here you go. Let me ask you this. Hold on.
I think we come at it from a different perspective, though, right? So I think women do need closure. I think men need clarity, right? And I think
you stole my response.
When it's decided that a relationship is over, it's over, right?
Right.
Now let's talk about it. Let's get the clarity. Let's have a plan on how we're moving forward. But I agree, but I disagree. I think clarity is kind of a borderline of closure, right? I need to have a little bit more clarity of what we're doing, but
right.
I don't know. It's kind of a
sounds like clarity is goal oriented.
Can I share the
yes,
Webster?
yeah.
Can I share the Webster's dictionary definition of closure? Right.
I like her.
Right. Closure is the act of or process of closing something, especially an institution, thoroughfare, or frontier, or of being closed. So it's the process of closing something.
Yeah, closure is about emotional resolution.
Hold on.
A man that needs emotional resolution is weird to me. Clarity is about understanding why something ended.
Why wouldn't a man to close something? Why wouldn't a man or woman?
It's emotional resolution. He's closing.
Listen, hold on. I have to put this in here. Yonci, I respect your example. It definitely was a good example to throw in there. But we're looking at this from the perspective of needing closure from someone else. Like she put the example of you run into someone years later and they said, hey, I worked them out. That's not what we need. Men need closure within themselves. Let me tell you why. Before you cut me off, let me tell you why. When women will see a dog, I love that dog. Women will see a purse, I love that purse. Women love everything. They're feelings based, right? Men, when we realize that we're at that moment that we want to be with someone, we look at the situation and we'll go to our homeland and saying, excuse my language, man, fuck, I love that girl. And that's that moment when we are putting everything into that person. When that relationship ends, for most men, I'm not talking about the dogs out there. I'm not talking about those who want to just, hit up every girl out there. I'm talking about those who are actually like into their woman. When that relationship ends, everything that it took for us to get into that is gone. So we need to close that so that we can be available. I'm not talking about just emotionally available. I'm talking about available in every aspect. So we do need that closure, and we need to find that clarity in order to close it and how to close it. I'm not talking about, for the sake of someone else. We need that for ourselves. If you lose a loved one, man, you can't go through life carrying that sadness and that, that weight of the loss of that loved one. And relationships are the same way, be it a family member, be it whatever. We got to close that chapter, close that door, close that situation so that we can move on mentally, physically, and emotionally. Because if we don't, that's why men are having such a hard time with expressing feelings. That's why men are having such a hard time with, dealing with depression and all those things, because there's something that's not closed within ourselves that, forces us to that level and forces us to that extreme.
Can I ask a question? And Avatar kind of beat me to it. So are you saying, Willie, that can happen internally without the other person? And are you saying, Mikkel, that the other person is required to get to that end?
I'm saying that I don't need anybody to close off anything about how I feel.
Right.
And to compare the loss of a loved one, say like if my grandfather died, to me losing one of my a girlfriend is nowhere. It's not even in the same stratosphere. I have a lifetime bond with my father, right? I have since I've been a grown-up bond with this woman who I'm no longer with. I don't need any sort of closure from her once we mutually decide or I decide the relationship is over with. And then, I don't know what it's like to be left either. Because, again, I feel like guys who are always the one that are getting broke up with, and this just may come from how I was raised, tend to approach relationships like women do. Like they approach relationships like, well, I'm here while it works, but then as soon as it doesn't, but then at the beginning of a relationship, they're like that. But when it's time to end it and they know better, they're not like women are. Women leave relationships that no longer serve them more often than not. So I feel like requiring closure from a man, requiring closure from an external source is as feminine as like when women seek external validation. I don't need you to tell me what I did right in the relationship, and now that you want to come back, that's goofy to me. I can't. I'm like, I can't.
No, I can see that and understand that comparison from from that perspective. But what I'm saying is not necessarily needing the closure from someone else, needing the closure within yourself. That's the closure I'm talking about, not from anyone else.
I think I found the
I
disconnect.
agree care less.
Well, yeah, that closure within yourself is just you handling you getting your shit together. I wouldn't even consider that closure because
I wouldn't call it.
I deal with that internally. Like the closure that I'm talking about is for women is the one where it takes more than one person to give it to you. Like we have to sit down, have coffee with someone used to be saying balls deep in, pretend like y'all don't have any history, and then talk about like the bad parts, the good parts of your relationship, the part that women want to do. I think that is the most feminine thing that a man can require to get over a relationship.
I think I understand the disconnect.
No, this is the thing, though. I think where you're not taking into account, because whenever you say something is required or something is nice to have, and so I'm not saying every man should require closure. I think it's a personal thing, but I think every person has things that they would like to have in a relationship. Now, I think men operate in a deficit where they have learned to survive with the bare minimum of every version of emotion or concern or care or any love or any kind of affection. So we can operate with just the essentials and be like, I'm fine because we have to be. But I think that if you really dove into what we would like to have, I mean, it would be more of, I'm not going to say closure and having her sit down with the coffee, as you put it, but some care, especially like my man Mikhail said, whenever you love a woman, you get to that space where, you can say, I love her, I'm putting my all into her, not having any type of understanding. I have a friend going through it now, but like not having any type of understanding, you carry that on to the next relationship. So it makes you possibly harder on the next girl. And F these, man, I don't care nothing about, man, I'm trying to get mine. And so I'm saying all I want to say is that Willie, I think you might be smart. You might need to talk to somebody, Willie. You might have some old emotions you need to let go,
if anybody else said that
about that, man, therapy is good, my brother.
If anybody else said that, I promise you this show will get demonetized immediately. But I know
all things you need to unpack. I need
to unpack why I don't need. Mind I've had therapy since as long as I've known you, so there's also that part. And then two, that I don't need. Like I don't think a man, if in his masculine, has an issue processing his feelings.
Oh, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you one question. Mm-hmm. Do you feel that if you would have gotten some form of closure from the last girl you dated or your last wife or last relationship, that you would have had the same mentality going in the next relationship?
Absolutely.
It wouldn't have served you at all.
Nothing. Because I know that's the thing. You have also.
Let's go back further. Maybe when you were 15, 14.
Now listen. Now there's a girl that I broke up with when I was in high school that I do feel like I owe closure to, and it was only because I didn't want her to get beat up by my oldest son's mom. That's why I broke up with her, because I didn't want her like catching a stray. But
no, I don't feel like that in these moments. That yes, I don't think a man needs closure. I don't think a man requires to have closure. A man can function just fine without it. But I believe there's a lot of things that men function without that might be good for us. We just
say that again.
But we just don't. I mean, I can function. Listen, I'm married. I have a wife. If she does not love on me and give me the proper affection that I need, I'll survive. I'll be fine. But I'm better off if she does it. She doesn't have to do it for my survival. I can survive without it.
I agree with that.
That's good. That's good.
If she does it, I'm a better man for it. So,
and I think that's, if I may interject, I truly think that is, if we're going to go spiritual, I think that is the biblical design. I think that the yin and the yang of the masculine and the feminine is that you guys toughen us up to the places we need to be toughened up. I think we soften you guys in the areas that need to be softened. a lot of times, you know, what men say is this isn't a safe space and she weaponized my vulnerability. Well, what's the opposite? Being a safe space that you can open up to and be able to talk to. I think it is very mature if somebody breaks up and they're able to have a conversation respectfully and say, hey, you know, this is my stuff. I went back and told my ex-husband where I realized I needed to grow. I said, this is where I jacked up. I was like, I was terrible in this. And it was important to me that he knew I had grown and I had, acknowledged those things. And he was grateful for it. He said there was a sign that God exists, taking accountability because he met me as a young, stubborn little buck.
I think the only couples the only relationships where those types of conversations can be had at a respectful level are with gay men.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
I'm not trying to be funny, but this
Willie,
look at the divorce rate for gay men.
I'm a moment of silence for Willie.
Couples and lesbians. I'm not trying to be no disrespect, but if it's women say men are the problem. Well, if that's the case, why do gay men only get divorced 28% of the time and lesbians get divorced 78% of the time? I'm just saying.
You might be on an island with
Willie,
that.
I think this whole thing was really centered around the word need, like men need closure. I don't we don't need closure. But I think like relationships are relationships, whether it's a relationship between you and a friend, a relationship between you and a parent, a relationship between you and your girlfriend. It's a relationship, right? So like for example, if Yonci stopped answering your calls, if she stopped inviting you onto the live, if she blocked you from being able to see her stories, right?
Good point.
And you figured that out, right? Of course, as a man, you could keep on trucking, right? Whatever, whatever, you know, it don't matter. But to some degree, Yonci, I think she would owe you an explanation for that. And I think that if you had an explanation for that, like a part of you could rest. You know, so
exactly. I wouldn't. That's the thing. I wouldn't need it though. But
that's what he said. You wouldn't need it.
We don't need
everything else you said is fine. But for example, I'd say this.
But he said that, Willie. He said you wouldn't need it. Life could still go on.
100%. But this is my point. I would be more likely to say that I want closure from, like, say, if me and Braven fell out, than I would, you know what I'm saying, me and one of my girlfriends, like, because that relationship is drastically different. Because with men, the way our friendships last, if you're friends with a guy, two men are friends for more than 2 years, they're likely going to be friends for the rest of their life. It's because our friendships are strong like that by default because of how we bond. Also, preface this with pause, because just before one of y'all tries to get childish.
Crazy
like,
pause.
With the history that he and I have being
in a relationship,
right? Because a friendship is a relationship of sorts. It's just a non-sexual one.
No, I was talking about Bravion. I was like, did he?
Well, I mean, neither one of us is from Atlanta, so trust me, we're.
Oh Lord!
But like, that's when I'll be like, damn, what the fuck I do to him? Like, I would wonder it, but I'm not fixing to call, like, go over. Hey, dog. Hey, listen, you need to explain to me right now. Like, what? I'm not doing that. And then, even with women, every time a woman has tried to get closure from me, and fellas, correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of times when women try to come over and get closure, they just trying to come over and get some. It turns into y'all talking, and then next thing you know, y'all doing the one thing that y'all are good at, which is making each other lose 4 to 5 ounces of bodily fluids. And then there's still no closure there. And then that cycle repeats. I don't do that. I think I'm the only man on earth, and that has not hit the women he's had children with since they've separated. Like, I'm not the guy that still hits his baby mama. I don't call her. Like, I don't talk to him on none of that. We have kids. So I'm not real big on that, like, outside, I need you to explain to me what happened. Don't tell me why I got fired after the fact. I'm already fired.
But this is the thing I think is I'm not going to say a necessity, but very helpful, is that most people aren't good at self-assessment. You have some kind of an idea, but you know, in most people's story, they're never the villain. They never did anything.
Come on now.
In a lot of those situations, you talk about, like, and say, well, no. So listen, I didn't do anything. Okay, first of all, and that wasn't me. I was chilling.
All the exes are crazy.
Everyone.
I know where I messed up with
Okay, but if we don't get into
I own that one. I definitely.
but
I still
just
the one
overall, I'm
He's
just saying
talking in
for
general.
the masses.
Yeah.
Sometimes, an outside assessment, because certain things can become, or might be a natural behavior that you don't even know. Like, man, am I that much of an asshole? I didn't even think I was. But having that, not saying that, oh my gosh, you gave me an exit interview, I'll take that, but just understanding that every day you wake up, you're always yourself. You can never see yourself. You're just yourself. And so, with that being said, how you come off to people is really unbeknownst to you. Other people can pretty much say, "Man, bro, you being a kind of butthole," but you might be like, "What am I doing? What do you mean?" So I say all that to say, whenever you, not necessary, but it's helpful to get, I'm saying closure kind of, but it's understanding other people's perspective of you and how you're being received, your actions, your intents. You may have thinking that you're doing something and it comes off the completely wrong way. So
But
hearing that from 4 or 5 girls is like, damn, well, maybe I'm not that.
Yeah. If I hear it from more than one person, I talk to a therapist about it. But what I'm saying is simply this: your feedback of me means shit after our relationship is over. Like, because when it mattered was when we were together, because that's when I had a chance to adjust or make a change or do different, and vice versa. I'm not going to tell you that I've been eating your dry ass macaroni and cheese for 3 years. I'm not going to tell you that. But after the fact, I don't owe you that. That's the next man's problem. I'm just going to go find somebody whose macaroni and cheese was made with 3 hands.
So I'm going to say this, and we keep getting back to the words owe and have and all that. So taking all those out, owing, needing, we're taking all those out. I agree with Bravion saying that it is helpful. I want to know. Tell me, because if I date this guy, and they all keep saying the same thing, then it's like, dang, this is something I got to work on. But the key is that I have to want to know. When my marriage, I never wanted to get married. I wanted to be like Demetrius, because I should have been in 2023 celebrating 20 years of marriage. I wanted that. That's a badge of honor to me. And so I never wanted my marriage to end, but it was in such turmoil that I had to leave for my sanity. And what I wanted to do was make sure that if I ever got a second chance at love, I wanted to know that I was the best version of myself. So I intentionally went to work on myself, and I wanted to soak up as much information as I could. And of course, you have to weed out if this person's just being rude and just throwing in jabs, or if they're actually telling you the truth about yourself. Currently in a relationship, I'm always asking, but I think that the people who care whether they're in a relationship or not, that's how you grow. I know sometimes people say, man, I wish I could talk to that dude's ex to kind of just get a quick synopsis of what I'm in for. Because a lot of times, if you take all the exes, they'll all say the same thing. Yeah, this person's an a-hole. He's self-centered. He's cheap. He's whatever, but most people don't want to know about themselves.
Required or not, I think what's helpful is introspection, growth, and self-awareness. I could give a damn about closure.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I think one of the things I had to learn was not to take anything personal. So, but if it's, I've had friends that, I grew up with, went to school with, in my mind, I thought we was, quote unquote close. And then you grow older and you grow apart. A lot of times that stuff isn't personal. Like a lot of times people just, you just outgrow people. They have family, they have different ventures, whatever. So I've learned to just not take anything personal. Like, sometimes the relationship ends because there's an issue with the person. Like if there's no issue, there's no issue. But if the relationship ends for no reason, then a lot of times in my mind, then, it's more of an issue with that person than myself, because there was no issue to begin with that I was aware
of. I think we kind of getting tricked over semantics with this, but I think we can all agree that closure, or honestly, it's all data, it's all information, right? That's all for us. Closure is it's data. I'd like to they just declassified some files recently, with the why are we still worried about that, right? Because people care, right? We care about, for whatever reason we care about stuff like that. So I just think it's data, like he said, introspection and self-reflecting is very important. But if you don't have certain data, it just makes it a little bit harder to do that. So that's really it. But it's not a necessity, but it's helpful for everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I don't argue that part.
I hope you have your V8 juice because Willie just extended the show for 40 minutes. So now we are going to
question 3, and then we got to do the submitted question from whatever weirdo submitted it. So, like, we finna ride it. You're not finna cut us off.
Yeah, that's my favorite part. Oh, y'all, I'll be shutting the show off in their faces, and it's so much fun.
Like Yonci is a person that if she has a party and she's ready for y'all to go home, she'll just go upstairs and go to sleep and then hope you figure it out. Like she'll turn the Wi-Fi off, she'll make the house real hot, and then just hope that y'all get uncomfortable and leave.
Just start putting curlers in my hair.
Hold on, did we give women clarity on this question? Do they really understand? Like, because I wanted to, like, I know that for me as a man, like going back to the same women is, for one, it's because you can, but for two, it's because like just
They let us.
because you variety, men like variety. He still like you, right? Just because he want to fuck 9 other women, he like you too.
Trust
But
me,
he
brother.
want
This
all of
question
it.
is gonna come up again.
Yeah,
So
like
she let the Patreon submit this one. So this is a submitted question from the patrons.
And real quick, someone is trying to join. Let me know who is. Let me know who's trying to join in because I can't see. I just see that someone's trying to join. And I will let you know when there's going to be a spot because I max out at 10. So whoever you are,
oh shit, you count. That's why it's not. My bad. I was like, damn, is it 9? But I forgot you count too.
Oh yeah, I'm the 10th.
My bad.
That's okay. Do you know who it is?
Yeah, it's Chanel. She in the chat. I said she wanted to come up.
Oh man. Okay. Well, if anyone gets tired, Chanel, we'll let you jump in. It's always good to have some estrogen on the panel. Okay. Well, at least that mystery got solved. All right. So question number 4. We are moving on. And by the way, y'all having juicy conversation because normally we'd be getting through these quick, but I love it. I love the discussions. Okay. This is also from a Patreon woman. What do men really desire from women in the dating culture? Oh, can I say my thing really quick?
You should let the ladies go first on this one.
It depends on the guy because some guys just trying to get what they can get. Other guys trying to find a wifey. It really depends on the guy. I don't think there's a universal. That's what I was going to say.
I think I think mainly for the most part, I think Kevin Samuels did kind of get the basics right. Like it's and I'm not even saying that I'm a fully, some of the things a lot of the things he said was, was on point. And that's just one of them. Like men want soft women. They want, they want somebody that's attractive to them. And they want you to be cooperative. Like, and that's the men that are leaders. If you're looking for a man that's like a leader, masculine, he's gonna want that. Like it's a lot of other men that don't need that from you. They don't care. They just take whatever you got. But I think I think it's real. It's so simple. Most of us are so simple.
Loyalty, respect, and honesty.
And cheesecake. Loyalty, respect, honesty. Okay. I'm going to read a couple of these real quick. Stop asking for intentionality while offering vibes. Intentionality is me day one, making sure we align. Intentionality is purposeful. The combo is purposeful. The planning that first call is purposeful. Stop expecting everything to feel fun. We're going to get to the fun, but we got to do our homework before playing outside. Second one, as far as the process, someone's actions to align with their desires. What do we desire? An intentional, God-fearing woman that has done the inner work. Someone who is natural, no cake face. Not to be confused with cheesecake face. No cake face, lashes, lakefront. Wow. Lace front. Weave, nose rings, or BBLs. Last one. Honestly, this question has been answered so many times. Yes, in so many forums. It's like the person isn't paying attention. Answering it now seems like a waste of energy. And I felt bad, but if they pay and ask, I'm going to post it. But yeah. All right, guys. Weigh in.
Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. Just like know when to chill, know when to be respectful.
That's a nice way of saying know when to shut up.
Know when to shut up.
Yeah, like
that's a big one.
Yeah, like control your mouth. Like if you can control your mouth, oh my god, that's like
my video went viral saying that, and there were so many women who were offended. I said a woman who knows when to speak, but you would have thought I said a woman who doesn't speak at all. I just said when to speak because sometimes Be the wrong time.
None of those women that were offended are desirable by men or doing anything but being overfucked and underloved by them. So you're fine.
I mean, I think
disagree.
women love to. Women. This is actually a scenario because women love to be flattered, but this is actually a scenario where like it's true if you flatter them. Like one of their amazing talents is their power, their ability to talk. Right. That's one of the things you're extremely powerful when it comes to your mouthpiece. Right. Y'all like
Yes.
you remember Cyclops? If he didn't put the glasses on, it'd just if he didn't put the things on, his eyes would just go crazy. Right. Is you just got to learn to control your superpower. That's it.
Pretend like it's a muzzle and your mouth is what Cyclops' eyes are.
The Bible says it's the most difficult it's the muscle that is the hardest to control. It is.
I think also men. I'm gonna speak for myself. I think, and my buddies that I speak to, I think men want to go on a date without all the expectations, right? And I think a lot of times I read something. It said premature expectations lead to resentment, right? And I thought that was really powerful. I think we go on dates for the intention of getting to know someone, and I think initially there are a lot of women who go on a date with this specific plan. I'm looking for marriage. And this guy is like, I'm looking to see if you're someone I can marry.
Yeah.
Right. And I think a lot of times the expectation within the dating world kind of pull people apart. So I think I would say just go on the date without the expectation, but to get to know somebody, to see if they're even someone that you can partner with.
Someone said, don't be married to the outcome. And that stuck with me like over 10 years.
Yes, absolutely.
So many women, we go in there, it's like, we have the cake already picked out, my topper, and we got the venue. We just need the guy on the top. And then we give you that energy without realizing it. Like you'll do as opposed to like, whoa, something about you in particular made me want marriage. Yeah.
That's one thing I teach people is like disconnect from outcomes. Like if you can go through life disconnecting from outcomes, you stand a better chance of reaching the outcome that you desire. Right. And I think in the dating world, we go on dates for a specific outcome, whether it's male or female, instead of, is this someone I can partner with?
Too many people date like it's a business. In a business, you have to be married to an outcome.
Right.
The goal, the outcome is creating revenue. And I'd say that all women and most men who don't understand the difference between those things, if men don't go into it understanding that most women are married to the outcome, and that they themselves can't be married to the outcome and expect them not to, they'll never be successful. Because when you're married to an outcome, if that outcome doesn't happen, then nothing matters. But for example, if your man's taking you on a trip and he's got all these things planned, but for whatever reason, you're supposed to fly to Dubai and you get stuck in Spain, and you're so pissed off that you didn't get to Dubai, but forget about the sightseeing tour you went on in Spain, the private yacht y'all had in Spain, all other stuff. If you're married to the outcome, you never appreciate the journey in the middle.
Yeah.
And a lot of the times, damn, that sounds, I hate being pro dating for this part, but a lot of the times dating is like people that getting together, just taking a short walk, proverbially speaking, obviously, and getting to know each other and decide, hey, do you want to keep taking this walk or not? Yeah. Sometimes women, they want their walk to be towards marriage, and the men, we want our walk to be towards the bedroom first and then marriage. But either way, taking that walk with someone and dating, if we don't have equal expectations or equal desires for how we're going to get to where we both swear we're trying to go, which is a relationship, we're going to never get there.
Yeah. This is the thing, though. I think that it's harder to have that conversation because women and men are programmed differently. When you walk into the relationship, just starting from your youth, whenever you were a child, women are programmed to be married. They're programmed to be a princess. They're programmed to, have that, kind of domestic experience. Men, on the other hand, are not. As a child, we're programmed to have the savior mentality as far as when it comes to women, like Prince Charming, knight in shining armor, the person that does that. But for the most part, adult men are just grown up children. I mean, what we wanted as young boys, we want as as older men, you know, whether it's, I don't know, cars or action figures or whatever drove us then, that mentality still drives us now. So I think that I say all that to say that I think that women's objectives coming up and what men objectives are very different. I think 10 men, 10 women, they would have some kind of marriage relationship. And I don't think that's a lot of men's goals. Men is financial, make money, career, whatever, trying to get to a bag, whatever. And yes, I want a wife, I want a helpmate, but I don't think that's our goal.
Yeah,
I think you guys happen upon them, and if you happen upon it, it's like, oh,
yeah.
and
Like I mean,
I
think men want a wife. You want a better half. You want someone that loves and supports you and there for you. But like, if a woman isn't married by whatever age, she feels worthless. Like she has this, like I have to get married. And like,
just to add to that, like I've dated women where it felt like the woman was more interested in just having a relationship than having a relationship with me.
Yes.
Like it's two different approaches. When a woman is dating somebody, she's just ready to jump into the,
you'll do.
Right, exactly. That mentality, that's a huge turnoff for me. Like
they can feel it, ladies. They can feel it. It's like a billboard. Your energy.
I would say most women want to be they just want to marry. They don't want to be a wife.
Right. They love the title. They like having that. Okay, I'm somebody's wife. Somebody claimed me, or wants to be with me long term. So I think when you walk into it, a woman's intentions are based upon, her upbringing, her background, but majority of what she's been programmed to be since she was a little girl.
Can I just add? I think that the reason that this is a question suggests that we don't explicitly communicate what we're looking for in dating, and so a lot of us come into things guessing. Right? We have our expectations. I do agree that we need to come into it not being tied to an outcome. I think that's a healthy approach to dating. I think the other part of the equation, that it's a two-part equation. Be unattached to an outcome, but also be transparent about what you're looking for, so that I don't have to ask this question, right? I think that if two people come in and say, look, I'm just looking for something casual, or I'm just looking to have fun, or I'm going with the flow, or look, I'm looking for marriage, I'm looking for my husband. The sooner we state what our expectations are in dating, the better we are at being able to make decisions about what we want to do with that situation and with that person, right? And where we want to move from there.
I think that answer isn't intentional or upfront, because people are waiting to see how the individual is before they respond to that question, as far as if they're intentional, if they're looking for sex. Like I've ran into women.
I think that's a mistake. It's not.
It is a mistake. No,
what I want is what I want. It's not dependent on you.
But if I could jump in, this is the classic disconnect. And this came up in a couple of episodes with men and women. So we say as women, I am in this stage. I am in the stage where I'm open to get married, or I'm not in the stage where I'm open to get married. With men, it's like, hey, if I meet the right person. So because that's how their mindset is, if we say, are you wanting to get married? They hear with me at the end. Do you want to marry me? And he's like, I just met you. So we have to be very literal and say, if you met the woman who checked all of your boxes, would you like to marry her?
But I think that question in itself is, I mean, I'm not gonna say all women, but a lot of women, you're skipping steps, right? Because you're saying marriage, and it's like you got to find a friend first. Like, can I get along with you? Who's a person that I want to spend time with? So it's like, the question should be like, in my mind, who's a person that I enjoy their company and I want to spend time with? That's the first step. And then it builds from there. But if you say, when I want to get married, when I'm married, it's like you skip 5 steps.
But my reason for asking that, when I was single, was because there were some men who didn't want to get married. So for me, there's like a vetting process. So 2 things.
I disagree.
Do you want marriage? And do you want kids? And do you have a relationship with God? Those 3 things I don't want to go past go. So if you say, I don't want marriage, but I believe in, being faithful to one person for the rest of my life, nope, you're not a fit for me. If you say, I want to have like 3 more kids, my kitchen's closed, I already have 2. if you say I don't believe in God, but I'm very spiritual, like those things, it doesn't matter to me how great we get along. I don't even want to move forward to that stage if those things aren't there. Once you say yes, I am open to marriage and I don't want kids and I love God, then I completely relax and now let's live with a friendship.
But see, this is the thing, Yonci. I think this is the biggest difference. I'll say for myself, but majority, I'll say my personal belief is that majority of men are not saying, "Oh my gosh, I want to get married. I can't wait to get married." We don't too much care about that. Mm-hmm. We got married to make our wife happy. It was for them. It really wasn't for us. Like, oh my gosh, look, guys, I got a ring. Like, we don't care. So
I know a lot of men who really want a wife.
No. But listen, they want what a wife represents, not necessarily a wife. They want if men are like, I have to be married, or I'm just not like.
But friend, respectfully, those are two extremes. One extreme is, oh, I don't get it, and the other one is like, man, if I'm blessed one day to have a wife, that would be amazing. Like to me, those are two extremes.
But it's like saying how some women want to be wives just because they want they want what it comes with,
and there could be some.
There are a lot of men who don't want to get married, but they want to have what a marriage represents to them. A married man looks stable.
What a wife represents.
He looks like in his group of friends, he's the one that's calm. Like, unfortunately for me, I've been that guy in my friend group for a while. I was the first one got married young. But now that I'm 40 and the rest of my friends are getting married, I understand how that looks because they have the family, they have I want to say the respect of the community, but community standing. They're doing things as a family and they move differently. Men by themselves don't move like that because one of the things that a wife gives a man is a purpose. He provides, he makes the living, and she provides a home for him to live in, or however that saying goes. But that purpose is something that men want, and we get that by being married. So it's not much different from like women who just want to be a wife. But our difference is we're getting a purpose, and she's getting a lifestyle.
Mm-hmm. Are you saying that? I'm sorry, I want to ask this question, Bravion. Are you saying that if there was an option to not get married, meaning if women weren't pressing for it, are you saying you think the majority of men just would never enter into marriage?
I would say, yeah, I believe a good majority of men, if that wasn't the social norm, like we need to get, because I mean, in all reality, marriage was just something that was designed to designate property. So having the official, like, oh, this is my wife or whatever, it was really about passing down property. But as far as a man joining a woman and saying, this is my lady, this is my special person, a man will do that all day. Getting married is a legal document. But I feel like in a situation, whenever a woman says, excuse me, when she says, I want to be married, I feel like it's based upon her wanting what the I'm wifed up kind of feels. But I don't think a man does that based upon his wanting. I think he does that based upon wanting to make his wife happy. So back in your question, when you asked the man, do he want to get married? I think if a man, he says no, yeah, men say no, but he meets the right woman, he's going to marry her.
Right. I think I have had different encounters because I hear guys and see posts a lot where guys will say, "Oh, I can't wait till my wife," like they're thinking about that, and it's a pleasant thing. They grew up seeing a loving family. They think about, man, I want to be walking down the street and my family's like little ducklings behind me. I think that there are men who want that. They want to come home and she's cooking and they want that whole thing and build wealth, legacy together. I don't share that experience that I think that there are guys who kind of have to, well, yeah, she wants to get married and she's going to leave if I don't put a ring on it. Like there are those.
No, I don't mean that so literally like, oh, I got to marry her. Oh my gosh. But I'm just saying that in those situations, whenever a man and woman are together, I think the numbers outweigh of if you give me everything I'm wanting out of a relationship, but we are not married, it won't affect the man. But a woman on the flip side, you give her everything she wants out of a relationship, but we're not married, then she's upset.
Oh, that is going to be a poll next week.
Yeah, if you get just everything I want, there's no issues. You're everything I want. You look away, you cook, you do all this stuff, but we're not technically married. I don't think most men would be upset. Like, man, I'm not.
I heard somebody say men desire a wife and women desire marriage. And when
Yes.
he said that, it
Yes.
broke it down like exactly what he was saying.
Mhm.
Women desire the everything that comes with marriage, like the commitment part of it, the consistency of it. Men just want a loyal, good woman that they can call a wife, that's going to rock with them from thick and thin, from death do us part. That's what a man desires. So women desire a marriage, men desire a wife.
He's
I
doing.
think-
And I want to add to what he's saying too. Like, I agree with that statement, but also a man wants a peace of mind, right? A peace of mind is underrated, right? And so a man wants a peace of mind, but more importantly, he wants a partner, right? Partnership is huge when it comes to relationship, right? Now, man is a provider, a protector. That's just our nature. That's what we do. But we do want partnership. And so when it comes to marriage, like, while I'm thankful, I've been married with my wife for 20 years, but she gives me a peace of mind, right? And I think that's the part that I think a lot of people sometimes miss in a marriage. Just because you don't argue doesn't mean that your marriage is good, right?
That's a fact.
But the peace of mind aspect, it's problem solving. It allows you to get to the things that you need to get to because you are always operating with the peace of mind in a peaceful space, right? A chaotic mind produces chaotic results. And so whenever something happens in your relationship, if you are in a space where you are at center, you are at peace, you can find resolution easier. So I think men that I speak to, that's what they want, is a peace of mind in the relationship.
And listen, let me ask you a question. Can you get that without marriage?
Absolutely. And most times you get it without marriage.
We have
I'm
to
just keeping it
provide
real.
that
Just
before
keeping it
women
real.
even-
I'm just keeping it real. You
A
can
man
get that
has-
without marriage.
A man has to provide those things before a woman even consider marrying him.
Yep.
So,
But,
and I think
yeah.
that it's odd that this conversation is really just what benefit does a man get from marriage he doesn't get from having a girlfriend who's committed to him. Because a woman, before we even marry you, a man who is able to require this from a woman, and most men can't. That's where I think is a huge difference. But for a man who can require a woman to conduct herself in a manner that is fitting of someone that he wants to marry, if she conducts herself that way, she does what she has, and she's doing what she needs to do for him, and he has that peace of mind. He already trusts her. He has that partnership. She's already helping him work on whatever he's doing, and they're building and growing together. Getting married does literally nothing beneficial for him except for add to his risk later.
It probably not anymore. Probably, I feel like in the past, like you just getting your woman under contract. Like it probably was different back then. I know now it's just no benefits probably to having her under contract versus her having you under contract at this point. But I'm a man that I want to be married. So like hypothetically, like me and Deja getting married. Hypothetically, we wasn't getting. I wasn't with her. I would be like, no, I want to be married. That kind of would be my energy. Because I got kids, so I want them to, I want a woman in my house, like, and I want them to be able to kind of like see that. I want somebody to be able to teach them and things like that. Beside the actual mom. So
If you didn't have kids, would you still want to get married?
I can't say. Probably, I can't say where I would be.
You just said, brother. You just said.
it.
No, I can't. I really can't because you can scuff your shoe one day, and you scuffing your shoe and stopping to wipe your shoe off can lead you to a whole different path in life than you not stopping for that second to wipe your shoe off.
Yeah, the butterfly effect. I got you.
Yeah, so I can't really say what I would be doing. If I didn't have kids, I wouldn't even have. I don't know if I would have the money I have right now. Right, so it's like because that my business is directly tied to me having kids.
Bro, our
and
kids are
just
expensive.
going in that direction. So
No, he's saying the inspiration, like
I know what he's saying. I'm just
yeah.
But I originally was thinking you were saying the inspiration.
You know how it is.
So listen, okay. So, but I didn't catch your name, Mont. Mont. So for you, what does a marriage signify? Not a woman, not the quality of the woman that you get, not what she provides for your kids and the stability. What does specifically marriage do for you differently that the woman?
I tell my woman all the time I want to own her. I just do. I want her under contract. I want to be responsible for her.
Okay,
Like,
so
I have
without,
this
without the
bad
contract,
need.
you don't feel responsible for her.
I do now. I do. But also I need, like, I'm not about to be have Tom Brady and Tom Brady not under contract. I need you guys, you sign this, you know. I need,
Come on.
like, if you meet a music artist and you like, yo, I need you under contract. I know where you gonna be.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I know who you are. Like, you
Right.
guys sign your name. You know, like, I just
So what is that? But what is
That
what is
might
what
be
is
the best analogy I have ever heard.
It's a good
Because you can have
analogy,
a
but
verbal
I just-
agreement.
It's a great analogy, but not a lot of women will ever be in that position.
You could have a verbal agreement with the artist and say, no, I'm not going to go make records with anyone else. But what do? They sign an agreement. And I always say that to people who say, it's just a piece of paper.
Wait a minute.
Anywhere else in life, it's not just a piece of paper.
You could have a contract agreement before God, and woman still go give somebody else head because she mad at you. Like, what are you saying? Like, get
But
married.
let me ask you a
Listen,
different
what
way.
he's saying is very true, because basically what you're hoping, I mean, well, not what you're hoping, but I won't speak for you, but I'm just saying you might feel that contract locks in her behavior, but it doesn't.
Oh, it absolutely
you
does.
know it doesn't.
Right.
It
So
does
the
not.
contract really is as good as the ink is written on.
Can I
it's
add
just,
for me?
a formality. You know, it's just
It's a
Oh, go ahead,
formality, and also says something to the world. So if Mont comes in and he says, this is my girl, versus he says, this is my wife, there's a heaviness to that.
That's true.
With
Y'all
Monte,
gonna lose
when he
y'all mind
started
when I come
introducing
in and
me,
talk about this, my wife.
huh?
I said, y'all gonna lose y'all shit if I ever come in and talk about it. Well, when I come in and talk about this is my wife.
There was just something different when Monte would be like, oh, that's my girl, but this is my fiance. Like, you know, it's just different.
Yeah, we know.
Let me ask this though: Does the contract secure life?
Absolutely not. Nothing contracts.
Right.
you know, she still got free will. You know,
No.
God gave her free will. I can't give her that.
Right.
But there's a level of, if I move outside of this, there are consequences. So if I get a phone and I sign a contract, I'm saying I'm going to pay this amount. I could file bankruptcy. I could just stop paying it. But you are at least pledging, and there is more liability if I don't take action than if I don't sign it.
For
Then
a
it's
man,
my word against AT&T.
What liability does a woman get in marriage? I'm curious. What consequences are there for a woman not honoring her vows?
No, listen, really, like, even like when somebody asks me to borrow money, right?
Mhm.
And I make sure I don't be like, yo, when you gonna pay me back? They be like, yeah, soon. I'm not. What day you gonna pay me back? Write it down in this text message. That don't mean I'm not going to enforce it through law, but me and you at least need to know that you said you was gonna pay me back on this day and you didn't.
I
Like,
respect that. That makes sense.
Yeah,
But I'm just saying, it's like, the thing is, it's
it
one
feels
sided,
good.
because if once you put her under contract, for example, you put her under contract and things go the way that we both know they won't go, right? You become, you know what I'm saying, you make another $10-15 million, and she decides, you know what, I want to Tom Brady you and go sleep with my Brazilian jiu-jitsu instructor who makes a whopping $60,000 a year. But you still got to pay her that, whatever the divorce settlement, all of that stuff. Like, that's the thing is, there is the liability.
Whatever in her name is hers, whatever in my name is mine, whatever in our name is ours.
Well, no, that's because you're smart. We're not sorry. We're not talking about you specifically. We're just saying, we're going to say men.
It's always Willie with the disclaimer.
Yeah. Most men most men, I'm how to think how to word this so I don't piss. Well, no, because people that would be pissed off, people don't apply to. Most men that women want do not benefit by marrying them at all. Because the men that women want are high earning, high achieving, high functioning, high value, high status, all the highs. So those men don't benefit by getting married, because when you marry a woman, you're accepting a risk, legally speaking. Now, what Bravian said is, if you have that same woman does all of those same things a wife would do without that legal risk, if you ask most of the men that can actually get the women they want, if they would take that, they probably won't say it publicly, because some of them still can be cowards for other reasons. But the majority of them are not going to say that I ever wanted to get married. I got married because my girlfriend wanted to be a wife, and it's nothing more than a big ass birthday party with a ring attached to it that I gave her to make her happy.
Yeah, but on the flip side of that, right? if you are one of those high earning men and you got all this, and I'm one of those dudes that I want to get married. I want to be married, right? And the reasons kind of go beyond a lot of, I mean, in today's culture and today, the way that these women are brainwashed in society now, it's definitely fearful to marry someone because they're just so good at hiding their intentions. But if I if I find the right one, if I find the good one who has good intentions, I want to put that woman under a contract, because if something happens to me and I have, mills in the bank and properties and all this, if I don't have a contract with someone, guess who gets all that? The government.
Whoever you leave in your will.
No, that's a contract still. But what I'm saying, what I'm saying is, if I'm investing my time, hold on. If I'm investing my time, energy, emotion, love, resources into a woman, she's not going to get that if she's not under that contract. And if you're saying a will, even if I put her in a will, she's my girlfriend for 10 years, 5 years, whatever, and I put her in a will, she's still in a contract. So there's no difference. I'm not going to say there's no difference, but I would rather have, the marriage and the contract so that, my assets are protected, my love is protected, and, and she is protected because she deserves something at the end of the day, and again, everything that I have, worldly possessions, whatever, I'd rather it go to someone that I invested my time, love, and resources into than being divided and split up in the government who doesn't give a shit about me anyway.
You can do that without getting married.
Plus, outside
you can, but still, that's just my preference. I'd rather get married and have that contract and have a wife.
Can I ask the fellas a question?
Even outside of the paperwork, she takes that vow under God. So I don't know which means more to each individual, but she takes that. I don't know how much that means to her, but she's vowing that under God.
Well, you know me, so we talk a lot. So you know that I'm a database person. Yeah. So if we're talking about a vow under God, the only people that should feel safe getting married are gay men. Again, look at the divorce rate. Like 28% of gay marriages ending between two dudes end in divorce. Almost 60 ending for men and women end in divorce. Almost 80% in female marriages end in divorce. So I'm a common sense data guy. It's that. So the one thing about every successful man is they have all managed and learned and become experts at mitigating financial risk. There's not one successful man on earth that has not done that. Anyone that has unlimited time, freedom, funds, and typically the things that women want, they know how to manage risk. You are making a huge, yet calculated, if you talk to her, get her, prenup and all that shit, you're accepting a huge calculated risk when there is a zero risk alternative to getting the same outcome. For my girlfriend, she's on my insurance policy, and it's stupid big.
How that work? Let me know how you did that.
Easy. I wrote her name in. That's all you have to do. My will and testament is broke up. I have a trust that is managed by one person.
I thought you meant your health insurance.
No, I got a business, bro. You just hire as an employee and put on your insurance. It's not crazy.
Yeah. If you don't have an LLC, you should open. Yeah,
I'll show you how to do that shit. That's different. But my point is this: everything that any woman on this panel watching this or under the sound of my voice will hear, I can give my girlfriend the same legal protections that you get automatically by when you get married. Every one of them. And then what I can also do by never having to go be legally married. Not saying that I won't, obviously, because you know what my situation is. But not saying that I wouldn't. However, the risk part is the one thing that women don't care about because they're not the ones having to bear it. When a divorce is over, unfortunately, in this country, or would say at least 46 of the states, divorces favor women. You guys all know that I'm not a Trump supporter, but I am a logical person when it comes to politics. One of the best things that man is about to do for me is get rid of no-fault divorce. Because now there has to be a bad guy in the divorce. It can't just be because I woke up and my trainer's muscles were so big that I just want to go live with him and let him be my personal trainer and my husband now. Or, I just want a divorce so I feel like I'm 40 and I've missed out on life, so I want to go catch up on some miles of dick that I missed. There has to be a reason for it, and you're going to have to deal with that in court now. So I respect that. But there is no benefit that you can list outside of the spiritual one, which is a big one for religious and spiritual people, that you don't get, that you can't give your girlfriend without marrying her. Not one.
And Willie, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding you right. The risk to men is is financial in nature.
It's not just financial. If you have children, there's a risk there. The courts almost 80% of the time favor the mother or school to make her the custodial parent. And there's a long explanation for why. But however, creating single mothers feeds the government. So, and even though that there's so much data showing that women create the worst products when it comes to children, like that's quantifiable by every organization you can think of, courts still do that because they make so much money off of the next thing, which is child support. They make so much money off those Title IX funds. That's how they pay for judges' retirements, how they pay for salaries. It's also how they pay for infrastructure for new buildings.
But what's the difference between a divorced woman getting custody of the children and a single mom having?
That's kind of where I'm going, Yonci. It's like you mentioned.
The divorced woman is single.
You mentioned Willie. You mentioned You mentioned everything that you meant. You said I could basically create the anatomy of a marriage with my girlfriend without having the legal.
Not the anatomy, the benefits of a marriage.
The benefits of it. So then, are the risks not the same?
No, because now I don't have to worry about paying alimony to someone I didn't get married to. I also don't have to fight as hard to get my children when neither one of us was married. The so the numbers for custodial parents out of wedlock is almost a 15% difference towards the favor of men. We're still vastly in an inferior position, but we don't have to fight as hard. But when you get divorced, it's automatically assumed that the mother was the primary parent. Automatically in 46 states.
If you zoom out, you're talking about financial risk. The financial risk is greater.
I think marriage should be abused. I think marriage should. It's time with your children. It's also your assets. And then more importantly, you know how hard it is to get your last name back? There's no states that require women to change their last name, but a lot of women don't want to change their last name because they want their last name to be the same as their children. So it's a lot of things that men can't get back once we get married. It's not just finances. I'll use my divorce example, right? It cost me $250,000 to get divorced, right? That's what I had to pay to get what I wanted. But what I got was my children. The best part about that is I had the money to pay for it. But imagine the other 99.9% of men who don't have the financial means to defend themselves adequately against just being a failed husband. They get penalized for that. Especially when the man files for divorce, which rarely happens, but hey, I like to be different. We get penalized for just being a failed husband. We're automatically viewed as a failed father as well, because now a lot of guys are in the position where, okay, cool, the woman's wasn't working, right? So say we get married and you're working, but I make significantly more money than you. You get the same breakdown as far as if you weren't working when it comes to calculating the alimony that you can request. It's just not. So I'm not trying to say that it's unfair, because there's I know the reason why the court system is set this way, but it is slanted in your favor. Why would I want to get into business with someone who is incentivized to basically fuck me over or to break the contract? That's bad business. As a businessman, I would never get into business with Jan, or just say Demetrius, right? I would never get into business with him and give him a contract that incentivizes him to break it. Women are incentivized with everything you get when you do break your contract: the support, the consideration, the social viewing, as far as motherhood, and then also financially.
Can we change the word incentivized to not penalized? Because I think there's a big difference between incentivized.
No, I would.
You don't end up better after a divorce. You don't make out better. You're just not.
No, I said incentivized on purpose, because I say that good women aren't penalized for it. But and again, this is just from what I see working with my nonprofit. Good women aren't incentivized, but there's not very many women who are just filing for divorce for things that even the most moral, upright person would say, this is a good reason to give up. So we're going to take it. Let's say if we took out abuse.
But I'm sorry, for clarity, when you say incentivize, that means I'm going to be better off after doing this. So if I say, if you make this sales number, I'm going to give you this commission. That's incentivizing me because I'm going to be better off. If I get divorced, I'm worse off. I'm not as bad as the man in most cases, but I'm far from better off.
No, you're better. You're better because you're single. You're better because of the government support and the programs you have for you. Can you name one government support system that's built for men for a
No,
divorce.
that's why I said if you compare, you could say she's better off than the man, but to say that she's better off than her married life, that's
Well,
not accurate. You have less
Yonci,
access.
I think you in some scenarios she is better off.
How? In
For
what way?
example,
She
let's
has
say
a
that
safety net.
let's
When
say
she
she's
fails, someone bails her out. When a man fails, he's ass out.
let's
No,
say the man
but
has
that's why I said there's a difference
No, I'm
between
misunderstanding
saying,
what she's saying.
let's say the man has
right.
money, right? Let's say the man has money, but she's lost her attraction or her whatever love she had for him, right?
Mhm.
And she leaves with the money, and also she don't gotta be under this man no more who wants to have sex with her. Now
And
she
still
doesn't
has
have
his
to have
money.
sex. She doesn't have to work. She can take the money. She got the kids. Her life, the world is her oyster.
So I would say that example is, and I'm very cautious to not say most, all, whatever. The majority of women, I have personally had heart to hearts too. I'm talking snot, cry, tears. These are like things that are shown on social media because they're so wild, like, oh, I just got tired of him or whatever. The majority of them is they were physically abused, emotionally abused. What I mean by emotionally abused is like gaslit, made it to, your magic things, whatever. They were addicted to gambling. They were, neglectful, like emotionally just abandoned her. Most women, the same thing how you were saying, women just want to be married so bad. We do. And the idea of being divorced is still shameful for a lot of women. And the being divorced is traumatic for a lot of women. Being divorced, if you are anywhere of a decent human being, you know that your kids are now having to go through this. Now you have to deal with your ex dating new women, having these women around your kids. Like the women who are like normal, not the outliers and these
normal women are the outliers.
It's not a positive thing to get divorced.
Normal women are the outliers in these statistics, though. When you look at those statistics, almost 60% of marriages in a divorce, it's not the normal women who are divorcing for the things you listed. I can remember I gave you those. Physical abuse, that man should be in jail. That's one thing I don't play about. Like as a guy's been accused of it, like as a weapon, like that's something I don't play about, and I know what it takes to prove that it never happened.
Then I'm a unicorn with all my unicorn friends.
You're not a unicorn with friends, but you do have very like-minded friends.
Well, Yonci, you gotta understand that you've chosen to believe these women.
I'm physically seen. These are God-fearing women who stood before God, and this is traumatic for them. One woman, pray to God they don't watch this. One woman found out her husband was like psychotically addicted to porn. Like it was interfering with work. It was bad. Another one decided at age 40 he was going to become a rapper and couldn't keep it in his pants. Okay, so you're not bringing in money and you're getting out there. I can tell you story after story.
How many of these women do you have? I'm not going to say firsthand account of these situations, but do you feel strongly that you know these women?
I'm there with them in the process, going through it as they're crying.
So how many of these women would you say? 10?
If you gave me time to think, I could easily probably come up with 10 or 15.
Okay, so that's 15 people.
But I'm saying out of all the people that I know, and I have girlfriends who are honest and be like, there are none of them who said, I just got bored. Even the ones that their marriage fell apart and he didn't. I have a friend who she's going through a divorce and there was no infidelity or whatever. She was not leaving because she was bored. I'm trying to say too much. She was leaving because she was in a very hostile situation with the extended family. So it's
Well, Yonci, I'm sure if I asked really like how many guys do you know got money, he might be like, oh, all my partners got money, right? Mm-hmm. And you can ask somebody else and they be like, oh, I don't know no nigga with money. Well, I'll give you a better story. Woman who would surround herself with a bunch of birds.
If that's the case, right? Yeah. So here's a data point that any naysayer can go Google. Why is it that when in divorce hearings, right, when the paternity has to be established for the children, why is it that 4 out of every 9 of those paternity tests, the children are determined not to be the husbands? If women are doing these things, or if normal women is the norm, which they're not, which is something that unfortunately I get to see firsthand dealing with other men going through divorce.
You said every single divorce there has to be a paternity.
So when you ask for children, you have to establish paternity, right? And what the men can do is What a man, any man in all 50 states can say, hey, yeah, I signed a birth certificate, but before you start taking money out of my check, I want to have a DNA test done. Every
you're
state
saying
allows
you use the government to get your child support, and you guys
well, yeah, you kind of, that's the only way you get child support, through the government. A man taking care of his kids getting child support is him being a father. I don't even know. No one should count that. So like, if you don't have that man in the system,
listed as a gift. It's
Mine's
listed as a gift.
and he's not.
It's listed as a gift at that point.
Yeah, it's listed as a gift. Yeah,
Like,
no,
for example,
real
hey,
talk. It's listed as a gift.
Yonci, I'll tell you what you could do. If you wanted to be an evil, normal woman, what you could do is say that he's never taken care of a baby girl since she's been born, because he's not only been paying you out of his pocket. You know what the court is going to do? They're going to go hit that man with however old she is, that many years of arrears based on what his current income is.
Yep. Even if he's paying you consistently on a monthly basis for the last 10 years.
On the 15th of every month, that man sends you $1,000.
It is a
all
gift.
you got to do is say, this is a gift.
Yep.
Can I ask a genuine question? Why do women want to be married? Why do women want to be married?
Security.
The majority of them for a lifestyle, and then security.
It's emotional security, physical security, and for the child, like having a father around. Most women value having the father in their life to add to that dynamic. And then society has a huge stigma against unmarried women. If a man, just think about it, if a woman is 40, there's a video about a woman 40 who's 40 years old or whatever, says, I want to be married. Look at the comments. They rip her to shreds. There must be something wrong with you. Why would all the men bypass her? So if a man is a certain age and he's not married, he's just a bachelor who just was pursuing his life. If a woman is the same age and she's not married, she must be a reject that no one wants. There's a big societal push.
Women are
Can I chime in on that? I will second that. I am unmarried. I'm a woman of a quote unquote certain age. And all right, okay. And I don't subscribe to any of that. I'm looking for my person, and so I will say this. I'm looking for the covering that a man provides, right? The rest that a man provides. I am captain and commander of every area of my life because I have to be, right? But with the right partner and leadership and my husband, I can rest and not have to work so hard. I don't have to lead and live on my edge so much. And I want the security of knowing that the sun will rise and set and he will still be there.
Come on now.
Yeah, he's easing your burden by taking it on himself.
The flip side of
a mature answer.
The flip side of that though is that a man can also provide those things without necessarily marriage. So is that the real reason?
There's a level of security that Yonci just mentioned that I will double down on. That the court system provides. Right?
They can leverage the court system to get what they want when it doesn't work.
So here's my take.
I don't look through it. I don't look at it through that lens, right? But
not you specifically.
I think to get married, you have to do it outside of love. There has to be a genuine purpose on why. Like there has to be an intended goal, an intended outcome as to why we're doing what we're doing. Just to get married, to have a ring on your finger, or to have a sense of even just security. To say that I want to get married to have security isn't enough, because as soon as he's not able to provide that sense of security for whatever reason, that's where divorce comes in, and that's the fear that most men have when 100%. It comes to marriage. Is that fear of like, okay, when I can't provide that anymore outside of that, what else is going to keep you here? What else is going to sustain this?
I will answer that question from my perspective. What will keep me there is my commitment that I made to you and God till death do us part, and also my ability to step in when you have to take a step back. Right? I'm very capable. I'm a very capable woman. So if ever my man isn't able to do what he as a man is doing, and he needs me to step in and do that for a time until he gets back on his feet, then I'm going to do that.
I think you're only willing to do that
marriage is a
when
business.
you're married, or would you not do that as a woman that's worth him marrying?
Ask the question again? I didn't hear.
Are you only willing to step in and help and pick up the slack when you're married, or is that something is that like something that's like a marriage benefit, or would you also be willing to do that as someone who wants to marry a man and that you're with? Because
no, that's just my definition of being a supportive partner.
okay, so yeah, so wait, so I'm asking, does that definition only apply when you're married, or does it also apply before you're married?
It also applies before.
Oh,
For
that's
me.
tough.
For me.
Oh yeah, that's tough. You need
So-
to do a
See,
sentence.
what she's saying is like the real point, and I think everyone is kind of touching on it and touching around it. But like marriage is, people say I want to be married. To me, it's like saying I want to be a business owner. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's good, man, but that's not really the point. I mean, the point is, I have a passion for painting. I want to spread my paintings around. I got a passion for kids. I want to do that. And that's my saying I want to be a business owner. You're skipping a lot of steps. What are you doing? So, saying I want to be married to me is like, your goal is to find a partner, find, like she was saying, find a leader, somebody you can trust, somebody you want to spend time with, a friend. All those things should be what you're looking for. A marriage would be the result of that. A marriage is the result of that, but that's not what you're looking for. So I think people say, I want marriage, and you're skipping the steps, because all the things marriage wasn't around since the beginning of time. How did a woman feel safe and secure before there was marriage?
Well, I think you have some
A
who
little less security probably back then.
What if, so Yonci, I have a question. What if, say, a guy is like, hey, listen, I want to marry you in front of God, just not the state of Texas. Church ceremony, pastor, all of that. All the religion, all the spirit, all of that part, minus the state of Texas. What's the difference?
I don't have a problem with that. See, but for me, it's hard to separate.
Oh, well, shit, we have nothing. We agree on everything then.
If there was no difference, then why would it matter?
I truly
For me, it's a spiritual
If there
thing.
was no difference, why would that matter?
Oh, wait. Listen, what we won't just skip past is you two acting like that shit is normal. If you go through these comments and these people that follow her, they are not going for, well, it's the church. We don't need the state involved. They want that. They want the ability to be able to weaponize the legal system against their husband in the event shit goes left.
Not the
Not
weapon
you.
over here.
No, I don't
want to say the
like
weaponized.
that.
Yeah,
I don't think
want
it's
to
like
say it's the weaponization. Let's kind of take a step back and look at it for what it is. It is the ceremony. It's the union. It is the covenant. It is all of those elements. But at the same time, from a male's perspective, it could even be an illusion, right? As we look at it for a woman, like marriage can in some ways be an illusion, because if you can get all of the things from a life partnership, right? You get all the things in California. After 7 years, it's common law. You're married,
Oprah and
right?
Stedman, baby.
So it's just what it is. So even with no marriage license, you are married, right? And so does marriage then become an illusion if all of the elements of a marriage still exist, right? So to my man's point, I don't remember your name, but why do you need marriage? Like what is the purpose of marriage? If it's the covenant, you still have a covenant. You still have a covenant in a lifetime partnership. If it's the security, you have a covenant in a lifetime partner. I mean, the security in a lifetime partnership. If that man is the provider and the protector within that relationship, he is going to be those things in a lifetime partnership. So what is the purpose of marriage? It's not for men, technically. Not for, I don't want to speak Alexander, my apologies. It's not for every man, right? Most men, and I agree with the other gentleman, most men marry for their partner. That's just the simplicity of it,
It's marriage. I think marriage, the approach should be from a male perspective, and this is just my opinion. I could be completely wrong, but it should be approached as like a business. Like there's a purpose for the business. You have a vision for it. You have a direction for it. You know where you want it to go, and that's the man's job. That's the man is the vision of the ship. He knows the direction we're going, and the woman is basically the net. She letting the man know which way he should be going. If you don't have a sense of purpose, like you said, a sense of purpose and a sense of direction, okay, this is where we're trying to end up with this marriage, then at some point you're going to fall in the point where you're in limbo, where there's like the woman's getting bored, she's looking for outside entertainment because there's no why. There's no real reason as to why we're doing what we're doing.
But respectfully, Greg, if I may, I think he's asking for the literal difference between that relationship that has that paper, and correct me if I'm wrong, and the relationship
that's
that
what I was
doesn't have that paper.
When I heard you say that you're about the union with God and not the state, and you'd be okay with that, I have no issue there, because that's the part that would matter to me. I have no problem going to get married. I'll get married tomorrow if that was the case. We go. You can have as big a wedding as you want. You can invite 1 billion people. We can have it on the moon. Whatever. God and his daddy can be front row, or Jesus and his daddy can be front row. If that's who we're making the union in front of, I am fine. But thinking that I got to get a piece of paper with Greg Abbott's name stamped on it to say that, to prove that I love you and to attach myself to you, absolutely the fuck not.
I think when y'all ask like why do women get married, I think when you get a little older, of course, like you guys kind of become a little bit more intentional. But I think the younger average woman, I think they're married. A lot of them subconsciously don't know that their value to them comes from a man. I don't think value comes from a man, but I think to a lot of younger women, like the way that I kind of watch like them drag girls who are like single mothers in like comments, like girls will be like, "Oh, my worst nightmare is being a single mom" and all this type of nonsense. Most of them will be much more comfortable getting married, having a baby, than getting a divorce, than just having a boyfriend, having a baby. Like a lot of these women, that ring is a value bestowed upon them by a man, right? And a lot of other women won't respect you unless you get that. So I think
It's better to be an ex-wife than it is a baby mama.
Men
Yeah,
and
and they're the
women
same thing.
respect the ring more because that is something that is taunted all the time. But did he marry you?
Wait,
But are you
No,
married?
Right.
I don't respect the ring more
Both men
because
and women.
I
I don't
think
respect the
line
ring
for
more
women
because I
is
know that
marriage,
most
though.
of these men are married to women who don't respect them, and most of these
Right.
men are giving women rings who don't deserve rings. So,
So-
like, just because of that lame married you, don't mean that I'm giving you credit for that.
right.
No,
Yeah.
I agree. What I'm saying, if you look at the comments, that's the reason why there's this emphasis on the ring, because if you're a girlfriend, that's shameful. So if somebody were to say, if which I'm just like Roxanne, if Roxanne were to come on here and she was like, yeah, I've been with my man for 18 years, I guarantee you somebody would have been like,
it'll be a woman that says that though.
Right, y'all. So women get married. Women get married.
Y'all goal line is marriage. But this is the crazy thing, right?
Y'all get married for other women.
You know why that happened? Because women's timeline to get married is attached to their ability to attract a husband, which unfortunately is their beauty.
Ooh.
So the older you are, the harder it is for you to maintain that beauty. We'll just say you two ladies, you guys have aged like fine wine or whatever the slowest aging thing is. But a lot of women age like milk. And so they have to be in a hurry to get married because, and again, this is not trying to be mean to women, but who is going to want, like you said, men are judged by their wife, right? Mott walks into a room with Deja. Nobody has anything negative to say. They're going to want to know who he is and what he does and how he got her. Ravian walks into the room with his wife. They say the same thing, right? But I can't use nobody on the panel because this is a bad example.
Yeah,
But say the weird guy, right? He comes in and he walks in with a wife and she's shaped like a chicken nugget with a plastic wig on. No one is wondering who he is. We're actually making fun of him. Because why? His wife looks like that. Your wife is going to speak for you in these rooms and in rooms you're not even in. I see Braven and his wife out. I'll be like, yo, Braven White put that shit on at the fight. Like, I compliment his wife before I compliment him. I compliment Deja before I compliment Mont. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because our women say things about us. Like, when you walk into a room with Monte, you see how dudes look at him. Like, how you get that yellow girl? Or you're like, oh, hey, I know that's the girl from Instagram. Like, you see it. Like, and you see it firsthand. But that's why you guys, well, women, when they wait so long to get married, it's because your timeline is attached to your ability to attract the husband. It's okay for men, though, because our ability to attract a wife is based on what we have gained. So we don't typically hit our prime until we're 35, 40 years old, financially speaking. Some of us get money young. Like, I'm still working on it. You know, the post office is, I'm going to get a promotion, right? Like,
keep working hard, Willie.
I promise you, I'm slinging this mail. But either way, like when a guy is older, he gets given that grace because we have to earn everything we're getting. Y'all kind of get y'all's draw 4 cards up front. Like we got to go shuffle through a deck and find ours by living life. So that's the difference, is because our standards are different. A 50-year-old man with hoes is cool. A 50-year-old woman who used to be one is trying to get married is not.
I think
Well, on that
society has
note,
made a lot of standards about how we treat others. I think it's society standards majority of the time. I don't think a lot of this stuff that we go through in relationships, whether it's men or women, I think majority of society has created concerns, worries for women, men, different things, and so society was different, we'd act different. I think all this stuff is made up. It's all imaginary timelines, concerns, situations, circumstances. Society dictates that.
I would agree. There's a lot of outside influences. I am going to not Mont actually paying attention. Doggone Mont.
Hey, listen, I was just about. I even sent a text. I said for question 5.
Oh, it went over my head. I thought that was the old thing. Wait.
No.
Oh, wait, no, the new one hasn't come in yet.
It's coming. Give me a second.
Oh, okay. Mont, there are 5 minutes, but just carry on.
Okay.
Just keep the. Yeah,
No, I'll be back because I'm about to send a extension. I'll be back. I gotta spend some time with her. We on vacation right now.
No,
so
I wasn't gonna say it because I was like, I don't know if you want your business out there, but I was gonna say, that's the rule.
Hey man, was that a condom floating in that hot tub water?
Deja, I'm so jealous. I saw that room and it is so pretty. I love an indoor pool.
I hit y'all back.
Thank you for letting us borrow him on vacay, Deja. He's the most faithful employee that don't get paid, y'all. I appreciate it. Okay, so we're gonna move on to question number 4, unless anyone had anything else you wanted to get off your heart. Oh, question number 5. I can't count, y'all. I didn't graduate. No, I'm just playing. Okay, question number 5. Again, don't judge me. This is a submitted question. Number 5, it seems the current dating culture is sex, temporary satisfaction, etc. How can this be changed? By closing your legs. Next question.
Send the meteor. Or be worse more than just getting bent over a hotel balcony on a weekend.
I think it's starting to. I'm starting to hear it now. Like sexual discipline is a thing, and I think once you develop that as a man, it'll help eliminate a lot of problems that we develop as our, like for myself. Like I can speak for myself. I know a lot of issues that I've created was based around me not having sexual discipline.
We don't talk enough about dick discipline. I believe that.
If men raise their standards, it would serve men very well, but it would destroy women.
But I also don't think that answers the question.
Yeah, because if you keep I'm saying if men had hired, you know how they say men will sleep with men will sleep with anything. If we raise our standards, then the anythings aren't even getting hit now. So those women are going to be the same female incels that they've created in men.
Oh,
and again, it's only the anythings that are going to try to argue with that point.
Wouldn't that balance the equation though? Because then people would be shooting at their level.
No, I don't. Women wouldn't. There's not. Whoa! That's not what that means. It just means that a lot less women will be getting a lot less dick because a dude who's a 10 will sleep with a girl that's a 6 because he's just using her body to masturbate. Most women don't want to believe they're 6s and think they're 10s and should have access to 10s because that one girl who's a 6 got some penis from a 10, so now she feels like she's a 9.
There's a lot of men out here not getting any attention because women aren't giving them the time of day. A
lot of men, yes.
We're gonna super time.
It's not a lot of women who aren't getting any attention though. I'm not trying to be funny. Somebody was hitting Lizzo. Like Precious just had a baby. Like there you go. The tennis player from the movie White Chicks, Serena Williams. Like men hit anything. And if we stopped,
people would know their number, huh?
Number
Welcome
1.
to the show, Chanel. Good to have you, darling.
Hello, everybody.
My number is 1. If we have a child together, they don't count. So I've only been with one woman.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And we're gonna move on. Oh my goodness, you and Mott are tag teaming.
Pause.
Okay.
Pause. Hard pause.
Hard. Let me clarify. Financially. Mott is
Like, let somebody petty clip that. Like, that's wild. You can't give them clippable moments. That's damn. This is wild.
Willie just extended the show 30 minutes, and Mott just put 40 more on the books. Let me just document.
Well, you know what Mott about to go do? They only put 40 minutes on the clock.
Stupid. They did say they're like an indoor pool, so yeah.
Hey.
Those are sexy. Okay, so let's see. This is Mott, and he did. Okay. All right. So, anyone have anything they want to add? And thank you, Marquita. Thank you.
What's the submitted question? That's what I want to see.
So, interestingly enough, because y'all haven't been sending in questions, so I've been grabbing them off of Reddit. They were all so, I don't want to say pathetic. They were so sad, and I was like, every single one, I literally heard Willie and his response. I couldn't even bring myself, like I couldn't even find a deep enough question that was even worth y'all's time. Because
what was my response going to be?
Everything would have been like, she don't like you, you're ugly. Like it was the most, yeah.
That's the shit. If people just dated people that like them, the world would be a better place.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you one example because I saw one on the screen that I was considering until I read it. But essentially, he says he's describing this girl he's known. You
want me to read it for you?
Since they were younger. No, I'm not gonna actually put it up because there's not even worth their time. You're gonna hear why. He said, "I've been attracted to her for some time, though I feel she somewhat rejects my advances. She barely wants to meet up. Like last month we met up. It was almost after 1.5 years. Whenever I ask her to catch up over the weekend, she makes another excuse. She's single, by the way, nerdy with no relationship history. I've restricted myself to not give her much attention because it seems like she's not interested. So to be honest, I might think about dating her, but think she'd be open. But she should be open to that first. Doesn't seem like she's regular in keeping in touch. What do you guys think? Like that was just so. I was like,
every time that you're thinking about dating her, if she's not giving you the energy that she wants to date you, right? I was kind of like thinking about it, but no, like
yeah, and he's like, but she needs to like me back. Like yeah. So and I have a heart to read after like 8 questions. What I do have queued up, I got some videos for y'all. Y'all ready for this? Before we do, we got to talk about the singles database. Singles database is officially launching next week. I'm very excited about that. And we have just under 200 women who, I got to actually check my email. 200 women who have signed up. And so everyone who has signed up, unless you signed up today, I haven't sent the email today for those who just signed up, but everyone else, if you signed up before today, you got an email inviting you to the Zoom call. On the Zoom call, I will be breaking down everything. Y'all can ask all your questions at one time. And then we're going to officially launch next week. So I have had 4 men find their wives through through my platform, through specifically these type of conversations. Yay. 2 guys who found their fiancés, they're planning their wedding. And there have been countless others who have tried relationships. Not all of them make it, but this is a real things. So don't underestimate the power of social media and who you can meet. So singles feature, that's something else. The singles database, you can find it on Instagram. I really should put it in the description here. So if anyone wants to know, drop me a comment after the show and I'll put it in the description of this YouTube video. But otherwise, just go to my Instagram and I put it in my story every day. That is happening. And then guys, come next week, you will get full access because you guys have had some sneak peeks prior to that. Let me make sure I don't have any other. Oh, if you want to submit a question, you can do so on my Patreon page. That is patreon.com/Yonci. If you want to get all the tea. And in addition to getting the questions, because I ask the men questions every single day, I'm going to go and put the website up. In addition to asking men the questions Monday through Friday, we have a whole little community in there. We got little chat groups. We talk about good shows to watch. We talk about stock. We talk about all kind of stuff. So get in there, have some fun. We celebrate birthdays. We turn up. I even had an in-person event. Thanks to Willie for hosting. And speaking of Willie hosting, next week I am giving away $1,000. Not me, I'm cheap. Willie actually sponsored my very latest fitness group. He's been sponsoring actually all of them, but he sponsored my latest fitness group. So I'm excited to give the biggest pot away ever, $1,000. And so the women have had 90 days and they have to be consistent, and it's a whole thing. So shout out to Willie.
I'm always about unbigging backs.
Yes, he is. He sewed into my ministry.
I prefer big in stomachs. That's why I have so many children.
Oh my gosh. All right, guys. If you think that you've ever been with someone clingy, think again. This guy takes the cake.
Right now, I'm getting my teeth cleaned. Mary wants to know what I'm doing. She's very clingy. So being on the phone 24/7 helps give that reassurance.
Who's gonna clean your teeth?
I don't know their name.
Brandon,
Hey,
you ready to come on back?
yes I am.
All right, follow me.
In Mary's dream world, me interacting with another woman would never happen. Is it okay if I put the phone up somewhere where my significant other can see me?
Of course. How long have you guys been dating?
For over 2 years now.
Is this your first love?
No, it's not.
Well, I'm just gonna go show Dr. Tammy your films, and we'll be right back in, okay?
Okay, thank you. Are you crying?
You lied to me. You said I'm your first love, but now you said I'm not.
What she means by that is like first girlfriend.
I have an ex too, but he's not my first love.
Oh, when you put it like that, yes, of course you were my first love.
You just said no.
Babby, I'm sorry. It's not what I meant.
Now that will be jealousy.
Wait, did she go with this man to the dentist to get his teeth cleaned?
Virtually.
She's on FaceTime.
She stays with him on Facebook.
Man, hold
Stays
on,
on video chat whenever he's out of her presence.
I got a dental office fantasy, but
Nah.
I'm not doing no virtual dentist dating. What?
Nah, the funny part about that, I actually saw that. The funny part about that is she's in the Philippines and he's in the States, right? So when she's asleep, he's watching her sleep, and when he's asleep, she's watching him sleep. They always they are on 24/7.
They got a good plan. I think it wasn't in the 90s where you had your minutes. Like you'd be done.
You had to get the little.
So they're mutually clingy. That's wild.
That is wild. Yeah.
Oh, I just saw the Instagram name. Sorry, my bad, people. Yeah, that's next level. I wonder if it makes him feel good though. I wonder if it makes him feel like he's like in a toxic way, like he's loved. You know, like an extreme version. I was like, oh, that's cute. And there's like a little playful. And that's next level. Okay.
Oh, did you see the side eye that he gave her when he answered that question? He was
The
in
what?
fear. He's in fear. The
Okay.
side eye that he gave the camera when he had to answer.
Oh yeah. Blink
looked afraid.
super. Oh goodness. All right. So here's one. This one is just for fun. Okay. Who thinks they've had a really bad date that probably would take the cake? Like, does anyone on the panel feel like they've had a really bad date? I don't know if you can beat this lady.
This before. So we had a lovely meal out. We decided that we'd like to continue on back at my place. So we got a bottle of wine and went back to my house to watch a documentary. She went to the toilet, unfortunately it wouldn't flush and she decided to throw it out the window. Now my house is a bit quirky. The bathroom window doesn't actually open out to the outside garden, it opens out into a little air gap, and there's a double glazed window between that and the outside garden. So unfortunately her business got stuck in the air gap between the two windows. She was reaching into the window with a plastic bag over her hand to try and reach the poo out of the window. Now she couldn't quite reach, obviously it's quite a deep window, so she basically put her head and her shoulders in through into the window. She was then upside down in the window. She did manage to grab the poo in the plastic bag. She passed out to me. I put it back in the toilet. That was all fine. Fortunately, at that moment, she asked me to help her get out, and she was stuck. She was a lot calmer than me. She was a lot more cool, calm, and collected than I was.
She's in the window. She's in between two panels.
We did actually finish the bottle of wine and decided to call it a night there. The window's going to cost probably £300-400, which isn't money that I have available to me. So one of my friends actually suggested that we should set up a GoFundMe page.
So, would this
well, I'm really busy with my dissertation at the moment, but you know, as to what the future holds, I don't know. She was certainly a very, very nice girl.
All right.
Something tells me there's not going to be a second date.
Oh my God. I don't know how I would even fix myself to say, could you come in here? I got poo stuck in your window.
That's a conversation he should have brought up about his like space being quirky, I guess, or the bathroom or toilet not working prior to you going into the bathroom.
I think that's every girl's nightmare, kind of like Ace Ventura, you know, in the bathroom and stuff isn't going down like that. Oh my God. Ladies in the comments, would you end a date if you had to go number 2, or would you just take your chances? I like this guy.
How long is, well, it doesn't say how long they've been knowing each other, because like, why am I at his house on a date anyway?
Right. Well, they said
you better
had
not
dinner
shit at my house on no date.
Documentary.
What you say?
You better not shit at my house on no date.
But y'all said y'all like women who are adaptable. And
listen, I'm not trying to hear none of that shit. Don't you bring your shitty ass over here on a date. You better do that at home. Like,
So
no.
should she just end the night early and then?
Yes, if you got doo-doo, go home. Like, I don't. Nothing I got planned for you is your doo-doo don't have nothing to do with that.
Is that just in the dating phase, or like when you're in a relationship?
Are we really that shallow that we can't make room for people to have a
Thank you, Roxanne.
Sorry.
A little voice.
This is a biological moment here. We don't have the flexibility to allow people to be human in our.
And imagine you're trying to leave gracefully and they don't know why. And so they're like, no, baby, you smell so good. Just stay. And you're like, I really think I should leave.
I don't know.
Oh, Naisi's face said it all. Said it all. All right. Can you guys handle another? Yeah. She said, I probably would say I wouldn't feel well and then go home. I know some people who can't go in public, period. Like they physically can't go unless they're in their own restroom. All right.
It's shallow because I don't want you to doo-doo at my house. Like, wait, is that
the
what
water shallow?
We're trying to skip past that part. Like, so if I don't want you over here doo-dooing.
I asked a follow-up to the shallowness. I said,
is
is that
great
only in
girl,
a dating phase, or is that also when you're in a relationship?
Listen, so this is the thing, right? There's certain things that a man, I should never know about you as a woman. I should know like how heavy when you turn into a crime scene is. I should know like, you know what I'm saying, how much vampire food you are. And I should know when you do. It's just like, no, so those are just things.
None of
like,
the bodily functions of a woman, like ever. You should just.
That's something you can do. You can go pee. I don't mind if you fry some chicken. That's easy.
Oh,
like,
true.
I'm
Thank
cool
you
with
for
you
that.
peeing. Just close the door. But like, if you go doo-doo, like, no, that's I draw a very hard line there.
Yeah.
Like, very hard. Go home.
Would you also be okay if she said that you can't do that at her house as well?
I mean, shit, it's her house. But at the same time,
literally,
y'all know we shit. Like, it's not a surprise. Like, I will shit with you on the phone. You better not shit with me on the phone.
What if she looked like Halle Berry? You mentioned Halle Berry earlier.
No, Halle Berry don't get a pass from my principles either. Absolutely not.
Okay.
No, and I've unfortunately fulfilled like my dream girl quota. So I don't have there's no extra press like points you get for being bad. Everybody's bad now. So Halle Berry, Stacey Dash before she went white people on us. The girl from that show with LL Cool J, Maya Campbell, back before crack, none of them would have got a pass. Like pre Nick Cannon, Mariah Carey, even her, nobody gets a pass.
No doo-doo passes. Got it.
All right.
All right, guys. I want to know what you would think if you had this condition. Okay, the video cuts off a little bit.
Pill for it.
I wish. This lady has a condition where she remembers everything.
5 weeks after I turned 14, and I don't.
She asked, when did it start? That's what she's answering.
5 weeks after I turned 14, and I don't really know why on this day exactly, February 5th, 1980. But from that day until now, it's every day. And so, you pull a date out, boom, it's like I'm right there.
Every moment of every day.
Every day, yeah.
Don't believe it? Well, let's do a test.
Challenger, go and throw.
The Challenger disaster.
Tuesday, January 28th, 1986.
They're all negative.
And the Super Bowl was the Sunday before.
For a touchdown!
John Lennon's assassination.
That was December 8th, 1980.
Do you remember what day of the week it was?
Monday. I was in 10th grade.
It blows my mind that you can remember that.
That crash killed 274 people.
The Chicago plane crash.
The one in May 25th, 1979?
That is the one.
Yeah, I was in the 8th grade. I had just come back that week from having the chicken pox.
Remembering historical events is one thing, but this goes a whole lot further.
Well, May 8th, my grandmother had...
Imagine having instant recall of what you ate for breakfast exactly 20 years ago today. What if I flip it around? I don't give you an event, but a date. The 28th of February, 97.
That was a Friday, and I was leaving that day to go up to San Francisco, but we sort of got sidetracked by a bank robbery in North Hollywood.
She's right.
For an hour, North Hollywood was a war zone.
Starting on that Friday, the 15th, I had gone to a football game.
And so begins an outpouring of memories plucked from 3 decades ago as if they were yesterday.
I will be crossing decades in time, and
So you've got all these little clouds of information surrounding you.
Yeah, that's what's in my head. It's just all this stuff.
So if you had the choice, would you want to have a memory like that where you could remember every single thing?
I would. I just would want to be in a relationship with a woman that does.
That's what someone said in the comments. I don't see what the downside would be for myself. Like if I had that, I don't see why it would be a negative thing. I can't.
Because it could be it's with what they say in Spider-Man. With great power comes great responsibility. Most women will weaponize the shit out of that.
Oh no, I get it if you were in a relationship with someone. I'm saying if I had it, because she's saying like, oh, like this burden. I don't.
What's the name of the condition?
Instant recall.
Is it?
It's what?
Instant recall.
They put some 3 initials at the bottom.
February 5th, 1980.
6 people
But
out of
from
3
that-
million have it, or something crazy like that.
Wow. So does it prevent dementia, like later on, like early onset and everything like that?
I would love to see that.
That's the case.
Well, I mean, but dementia is type 3 diabetes, though, so you could just eat well and not have a better chance of not catching that.
I don't see it. Yeah, because I'm thinking about tests. Oh, there it is. It said it right
I'd be a
there.
billionaire before I was 18.
Yeah, like you could remember everything, or you could be in some sort. I can't make it pause at the right spot, and the little timestamp was covering it, but it was something patient.
HSAM.
There we go. HSAM. So whatever that means. I'm
Highly
thinking about like,
highly selective acute memory, some bullshit like that. I forgot what it's.
oh, that's
I've seen this before.
So there was another guy, and I was like, I can't put it on the show. But this guy had this rare condition, and it just started out of nowhere, where he gets, shall we say, joy in the nether regions.
It's highly superior autobiographical memory.
There you go.
Oh, that is so different.
So it's the tendency to remember only what one wants to remember.
Oh, by the way, someone has some feedback. So if you got something going, if you could mute it while it's there. But this guy, there was a video of this guy, and one day he just started having those experiences, and he got 5 in a row or 5 in a day or something. And he said it's debilitating. He can't work because of it. And they were showing him playing Frisbee with his friends, and he just dropped to his knees, and there was a bit of moaning, which was very awkward, but he just has them without intention. And so someone in the comments was like, why would that be a bad thing? But apparently that would be very disruptive to your day. Can you imagine?
We make a mess. That's why.
I didn't even think about that part of it. Didn't even occur to to me.
Yeah, we look like we peed on ourselves, but
You
it's
have to
not
wear
me.
a diaper all the time.
No, don't know about. You don't want to finish inside nothing with cotton in it. Like
Okay,
that.
but silly question. But wouldn't it deplete at some point during the day?
I mean, there's always going to be, seminal fluid that builds up over the day. Drinking water is just part of, us. Like I know a lot of women say, "Well, I can tell her man was cheating because his whatever." But bro, busting 15, 16 times a day, shit. I mean, most women wish. So I don't know. I wouldn't want that. Like
I can't
can you imagine driving.
Can you imagine being at a kids event?
I wouldn't go. Like by default, I would never pick my son up from school. Like he has to be a deadbeat dad. He has to, because you can't even like be around your children. You drop your daughter off at her mom's house and then bust right in front of her. Like
it reminds me of the video that we was watching with the guy who pulled up to the was it like a donut coffee shop?
Yeah.
No, I was gonna post. There was an update.
There's an update.
Yes. So apparently he reached out to his brother, and his brother didn't see the call or something. And then when he did talk, the brother was like, "No, something's off," and he pulled up, and that's how he found his brother in the car, deceased. But he wrote a full suicide letter and was like, basically like, I didn't mean to do that. Like I didn't mean to do it. I forget how he said it, but it was like, I'm not in my right mind or something like that. Like he knew it was such a big thing. And so he I'm sorry. And, I'm sorry to the kids and all that. Yeah. I was like, I was going to post it. I was like, oh, that's so heavy. But yeah, it was, oh man, he was going through some things.
I can imagine how his brother felt like finding his brother's body, like
after a missed call,
still off when he found the note as well. Or
oh yeah, when he pulled up, he was still in that same condition. So that's awkward.
Damn, he didn't even get dressed before he did it.
Well, he didn't bring pants the first time. So where was he gonna go to get dressed?
So wait, so I know he killed him. I mean, I knew he unalived him.
Wait a minute. Now you're making me think, because I thought he did it because of all the responses. So
I think he did. He was already going. He was going through something when he did it.
Right.
First.
But actually, now you're making me want to look at what the update said, because
I'm glad that he couldn't bust. He couldn't even grab his steering wheel if he was busting 5 times. That should have been slippery.
I can
like. Not trying to be funny, but after a while, we're shooting blanks. But it's
Okay, he said he told his brother he loved him before taking his own life. His brother told cops that the one who took his life called him and told him he loved him and to pull up. He said they spoke for about a minute, but he didn't sound like his normal self. He had gotten a missed call earlier that day, and he had a lot of concern after the conversation. So he got the location from the guy's wife and arrived at the scene to find him deceased in the car with a gunshot wound too. He said he was in the same car from the viral video with no. Okay, so I read it as he was in the same car with no pants on, but he said he was in the same car that he was featured in with no pants on. That's what it was.
Oh, okay. I thought he just drove home and did it. I'm like, damn, bro, you got to get dressed first.
Right. He said clearly, the video clearly showing his face went viral before his end. I'll just say that in case the words are monitored. And his brother said, his brother showed the cops the clip when giving his statement. The wife said he had been acting different recently and stopped being his usual fun, joking self. She also told the cops she found a suicide note in his phone. He said, I apologize. I love you, Queen. I made a mistake, and I don't think I'll be able to face you and the babies. I don't know why I drove through like that. My mental has been effed up. I am not a monster. I apologize, and I love you forever. If I'm in critical condition, please pull the plug. He said to all my family and friends, I love you, and I'm so sorry. I love my kids and family. Please forgive me. It went viral. Millions of people saw it, and then a group of people gathered at the store to remember him.
The illness is real.
Yeah.
Go to the store to remember him. That's messed up.
So we're going to take things to slightly lighter note.
Just a little lighter, please.
Okay.
Was he trying to audition as like a donut hole poker?
Oh my God.
This guy was under anesthesia. He woke up and started saying this stuff.
I had a threesome a couple of days ago, and it was great.
It was great.
The fuck are you talking about?
He said I had a threesome a couple days ago, and it was great.
Oh, I would have walked out.
Threesome
His eyes are still closed.
a couple of days ago, and it was great.
What? The fuck are you talking about?
Sorry for the language, y'all.
You heard me?
I think that medicine got you hallucinating or talking out your mind or something.
I know what I'm talking about. You just stupid. That's why I love you. Cause you stupid. You believe anything I say. I done cheated on you so many times.
So many times, huh? So let me ask you this. Last night when you said you was going to work, where was you at?
I was at my baby mama's house. I got a baby on the way.
I don't have no, I'm not pregnant.
Anybody talking about you, stupid? I got my side piece pregnant. I'm gonna be a daddy.
Don't worry, we'll be back.
She said, "Don't worry, we'll be back.
We'll be back.
We gonna be back, all right." Yo, he was very specific.
True story. Not to this extent, but something similar to that happened to me. That's why I don't mess around with anesthesia. I make sure family takes me now.
No,
I was gonna say the same thing.
Dude, tell. Where's my
No,
popcorn?
that's okay. No,
I
no,
wasn't
no.
expecting that one.
Go for it, Jacob.
I don't need any more proof. I'll just say it was something very similar to that.
Oh
Not to
my
that extreme,
God.
but anesthesia will make you tell it on yourself.
Wow.
That's wild.
And
So for someone to be like, "No, it wasn't true." It's
The
like
same,
the
the
ultimate
same
truth
stuff
serum.
that's in
It's
truth
true
serum.
serum.
That there's a, so not to get nerdy or weird, but there's a parts of anesthesia.
No, we like nerds. Do that.
Hey, no, I'm not going to tell on myself, but there's a part of anesthesia, right? Like a molecule for whatever it is they give you, that happens to be the same thing that is in actual quote unquote truth serum, right? So that moment of transparency that is induced after anesthesia is very real. And I had a conversation with some with family members after a procedure, and Christmas hadn't been the same since. Yeah.
Awkward.
Yeah.
Y'all
I
can-
told one of my cousins, I'm like, I'm pretty sure you're adopted, and you're the only one that doesn't know.
Oh. Why you got
I woke up trying to figure out why I was at home alone. Like, what did you supposed to stay? Yeah.
Oh, it was that bad.
Yeah.
That is wild. If you got skeletons, don't get
least you made it
No,
home.
but and you know what's fucked? You know what's messed
might
up,
not-
Tracy?
he
We
might
can't
not
even
be
go. We can't. They don't even give us the opportunity to go back and be like, now you know it was the medicine, man. I don't know what she's talking about, because in my instance, it happened to be true. I was just lit for real, just talking shit. Like, I mean, because I guess there's a little truth to every joke, but I didn't play with that cousin about that because it's funny. I mean, it's not funny to her to find out that at her big age of 40, she was adopted, and then it was a lot. But I thought it was funny though. I was just talking shit. I just didn't know that I was telling the truth.
Exactly.
Or I think maybe a part of me that heard like a grown-up conversation when I was a kid, like I tapped into my HSAM memory and brought that back up and was like, hey, you know how you don't look like neither one of your parents? Your parents are both dark skinned and you beige. Like,
You said it just like that?
no, I said, I think that you're the only. I said, why are you laughing? You adopted, and you're the only one who don't know it. Like, that's something to tell the fact.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're gonna do this one's really wild. Okay, so hold on to your chair handles if you have them.
They attended a bachelor party in Vegas a few months ago, and he just told me that he hooks up with one of his friends, who is a guy, by the way.
Okay.
And I didn't know he swung that way, and he says he didn't either.
Okay. I was going to say, obviously, my initial reaction is when you said he went to a bachelor party, my mind went straight to the gutter, like, oh no, what did he do?
He said it was his first time hooking up with a guy, and I asked him if he was gay, and he's like, hell no. And I was just like, okay, calm down. So why did you hook up with a man then? I mean, he just had like this really strange explanation. He said like the time change threw him off and made him like gay due to jet lag. I don't even know if this is possible.
Did you say he went to Vegas?
Yeah.
Isn't that like only like a 2-hour time difference from
What?
Minnesota?
Hold on.
Okay.
Someone in the comments said, "Who knew I was only 2 hours away from being gay?"
No, what's the for color girls? Are you gay? How you gonna ask me that?
Who you let some man bend you over? Don't nobody bend me over.
So you do the bending. Like,
that was Janet Jackson's most believable role she's ever been in.
Oh my god, that was like, were you? The group chat where they had the girl caught her dude wearing a thong. You talk about it's comfortable. I wear it because it's comfortable. Okay, y'all. We not.
They really aren't comfortable. So I don't know how it's comfortable for you. Like,
right.
I don't even think they're comfortable for somebody with no ass, let alone like, a dude with balls. Like, I don't want my balls split. Like,
it's like, just be gay. Don't try to justify it.
Just
like
you know how it's like being gay is almost like you get grants for being gay damn near now. Like, bro,
well,
just live
not
your
anymore.
truth.
You're probably not going to do that anymore. But
I mean, he should have never did it, but because I didn't get a grant for not being gay once, and I definitely deserve one.
All right, so guys, tell me if this is true, okay?
Pop out in a relationship and it like shock everybody, and everybody be like, "Oh wow, I did."
They said, sorry, the beginning is always hard to hear. Women can pop out in a relationship and no one knew. Okay.
Pop out in a relationship and it like shock everybody, and everybody be like, "Oh wow, I didn't know," because man, bro, you can't hide that shit. You ever peep game that a dude trying to hide that he fucking with somebody? Once the dude start getting too far out of his element, you're like, okay, you like her. It's okay. I remember one time one of my bros, he posted that he was doing pottery and he ate oysters the same night. Who is she? Or the music taste too. Sometimes the girls be putting the dudes on too. You telling me this dude loves NBA Youngboy, can tell you his whole catalog, what he ate for breakfast, and the exact square footage of Grave Digger Mountain. Now all of a sudden he come around y'all talking about, no, Coco Jones got this one song. Stop. She about to meet the family soon. or last when he be on that fake low key shit. You like, hey, pop out Saturday. He like, nah, bro, I ain't gonna lie, I'm about to stay in. Bro posted on his story, you have to go back and you peep. Is that Into the Fire? You want to get married? It's okay, bro. You want to hang up your jersey.
Any truth to this?
Probably a little bit.
It's that I would say that it's uncomfortably true for me, and I feel fucking targeted. Don't appreciate that video at all.
Self.
I don't appreciate the video, and I am reporting this live.
I once posted about going to a sipping paint, and that was a dead giveaway because they was like, "Who the hell are you?"
I turned down Mocha Fest, and they were just like,
But did y'all have fun though?
Yes.
For what I turned down Mocha.
So a different experience.
Oh, Fist got skills. I was a surgeon with that pen.
I don't know if I had fun. I did the same thing I was going to do with Mocha Fest.
I know Mott's friends are like, you are moving different.
But the thing is, though, we kind of have a choice because, like, there's certain things, right? Like, I can't call Nayusi at 2:00 in the morning, like, hey, bro, let's go see what's outside real quick. And if I'm known for doing that, you know, I probably can't do that when I have someone laying in bed next to me feeding me cheesecake. Like, that's a problem. Like, it's a dead giveaway. You know, or if I become increasingly antisocial, because you understand my default level of I hate people is, but you know, when it becomes where like now, you know, I'm not even going to the casino or I'm just sitting at the house playing a game, you know, on FaceTime for 17 hours a day. You know, just a little different.
Pop out.
All right, this one's, we're going to see what you guys have to say. I think the women will agree on this one.
We're talking. Everything's good. I asked you to dinner.
Yeah.
Or coffee. You're like, absolutely. Great.
Yeah.
What date? So this is the truth of the situation. I said, what does your Friday or Saturday look like? Great. But mind you, we're not talking every day. Some days will go by just because we have lives. Right? Oop. Uh-oh, she already made a face. What does that mean?
So I will say the
Oh no.
even letting days go by without talking is, if you like me, you're probably not going to do that. And let me tell you something.
Yeah.
There is always somebody trying. You know, so if you're moving slow, there's somebody else who's not. If you're skipping days, there's another man who's not skipping days. And he's trying to make that very clear.
I definitely
And
been
he's
skipping
just
days.
looking, and if she's a cutie too, or if a lot of guys even are just giving her attention,
Yeah, she would-
I
she would
promise
get a lot of
you,
attention.
there's somebody else who is not letting her forget them.
If you can forget someone in 2 days, you're probably a whore.
So the question is, would you think a man was seriously interested, ladies in the comments, if he went days without talking to you? Would you write him off and say, this guy is wasting my time? He playing games. Or would you say, oh, he's just so busy?
I hope the ladies in the comments are smart.
Not biased statement at all.
It depends on the situation.
No, it doesn't.
Elaborate on that. No, it does. So for example, I know there's a guy that I'm dating that is super consistent. Like he tells me his schedule up front, like super transparent, etc. When he goes MIA, it's typically because he's handling something in regards to that schedule. Versus someone who enters my life who is like doesn't really have much of a schedule, but like has a roster where, you know, we may talk on Monday and I don't hear back from you until like the following Thursday. But it's like, you know, it may be a text or like maybe one call. So I think that's kind of the conversation she was talking about, where it's like if you have a lot more options as a woman and there's a man that's saying he's super interested in her, but he's like, well, I don't want to seem like, you know, I'm too pushy or whatever, but she's also interested in him. There's usually another guy who's giving her more consistent time. Doesn't mean you have to like talk to her every single day. But if you're having more meaningful conversations, like if we're sitting on the phone for like an hour or two, and then that guy's like, maybe, I don't know, 10 minutes, let's just check in, how you doing, what you doing, and you don't talk for like 7 days. I don't think she literally meant like she's going to forget about you, because it's like, I don't
If
think
you're talking to multiple men while you think I'm about to talk to you, we're done anyway. I don't give a shit.
You probably aren't gonna know that she's talking to you.
I'll take that off the table, because I dated one by one. And it's interesting because William said, if you can forget me in a day or two, they can have you. The irony is I look at the reverse. If you can go 2 days without wanting to know if I'm living or dying, I don't want you anyway. Even if I was catching feelings, I would literally wean myself off of you, because, and that actually happened. I was talking to this guy. We talked every single day. We'd FaceTime every single night, and it was long distance. So that's all we had. And Friday came, radio silence. And I, at first, went, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. You might have gotten in a car accident. You might be tied up. But then nighttime came, Saturday came, and you went a whole day, not a peep, not a text, nothing. I said, okay. So I said, well, let me not be an a-hole. Let me not, you know, assume he's just ignoring me. Let me see if he's okay. So I sent him a message and I said, hey, I'm just making sure you're good. Are you okay? And he said, oh, yeah, and gave his explanation. He was dead to me. Never spoke to him again.
Yeah.
Because to me, it's like, if you could go if you're at least a week in or so and you just completely break your routine.
Yeah.
And all my guy friends were like, oh, he's out with some chick. And it would be awkward to talk to you.
I agree. Usually I think it's a good thing to like reach out.
I have a question.
Text or
So
call
what
and
if
say,
he was the kind of guy that, like, yeah, he's out with another chick, but he still FaceTime you and wants to talk to you?
while you're out with
I
other
wouldn't want
people?
either.
Crazy.
I wouldn't want him with another chick FaceTiming me or with another chick ignoring me. I don't want a guy who sees me and says, I still want to see other people. Because that means I'm not making enough of an impact. And if I meet you and I still want to meet other people, you're not making enough of an impact on me.
That makes sense. But you know how many women roster date and will be out with a dude and texting other dudes while they're out on the date?
That's just disrespectful.
So I'm not gonna lie. I might have one time in my life before I had like a little moment and the guy checked me so hard. It hurt my feelings. And I learned to never do that again because I was being technical and I was like, I forget what it was. And it wasn't even like a dating. I don't know if it was like a guy friend or it might've been something. And I don't know. It was something about food. I sent a picture of food, but whatever. He was just like, that is the most disrespectful thing. And at first I was defensive, like, but I didn't mean it. And he was like, no, you're on my time. And I was like,
so he like, I guess he just like saw your phone or something.
Never good. I don't even remember why it came up. No, it wasn't something like he saw it. It was something where I was so innocent that I didn't know to be embarrassed and know to like cover it up. Like I thought it was just like no big deal. And he was just like, no. It might've been like he was a guy. It might've been something where we weren't really that serious. So I thought it was more like friends. And so I was more casual about it or something. And he was just like, no, we're out eating. Like, you don't do that. And I was like, I'm sorry. Never did that again. I learned today.
To talk about your intentions on the date too. Because you thought it was casual. He was like, you're supposed to be my woman. You're on my time.
All right, so we gave guys a little bit of a tip there, keep interface. This is a tip, well, actually be tip for men. If you want to know how to please a woman, it is so simple if you just learn this one thing. Give her space, don't give her too much space. I love that. Give her space, don't give her too much space.
That was
I would say that's mean, but we're complicated. We don't even know ourselves. That's the part that's so bad, is that I'll tell my clients, well, what did you expect her to do? Well, what would have been the solution? That's the always thing that I get women. I say, well, what should he have done? And she's like, if you always tell yourself when you're having an argument, if you can't think of the problem, and if you can't think of the solution, you're not ready to talk about it yet. Because if you in your own brain doesn't know, and you are yourself, and you don't know what the solution is, how in the world is the guy gonna know the solution?
I would say for
women are so difficult, and they expect us to be the same, and we are incredibly simple.
So simple that we don't believe you're that simple. Like, no, what is it really? And you're like, I was thinking about the ball.
I was just gonna say, like, it's important for women to spend time with themselves and understand, like, what is the emotion I'm actually feeling right now, so that you're not bringing that into your relationship. Even myself, like early on, I'm like, I'm upset, but I don't know why. So then, of course, if a man asks me what's going on, I'm just like, oh, it's nothing, And I know vice versa, that happens with men too, but specifically with us, that's something that we need to like spend time and really understand. What is this that I'm feeling? What goes on if I am hungry or if I am tired, versus like just random hormones just coming on.
Excuse me. All right. Some of the other videos that I have on here, yeah, they'll piss you off. So they were a lot of pandering type videos, and I was like, I can't do that to y'all.
I appreciate that so much.
All right. So you guys want one funny one? I'll add one funny one.
Yeah, let's do funny.
All right. So let me put this one back. Okay. So this is some more advice for the fellas.
Tell her you love her. But just so you know, once you tell a woman you love her, you got to keep... You love a woman, you should tell her you love her. But just so you know, once you tell a woman you love her, you got to keep saying it. Because they forget. It's the only thing they forget. They will remember everything else, I can promise you that. I only had to tell her I love shrimp one time. Never brought it up again. Never woke me up in the middle of the night. Do you love shrimp? What? What are you talking about? What time is it? Never mind what time it is. Just answer the question. Do you love shrimp? Of course I love shrimp. Told you when I met you I love shrimp. What the hell's wrong with you? Well, it's just that lately it doesn't feel like you love shrimp. What? I'll always love shrimp. Oh, it'd be nice if you said it more often. Fine, I love shrimp. Never mind. Oh, here we go.
We sure do like to be reminded of it. Say it again. Hilarious. All right, y'all. Y'all have any other videos you want to add?
Let me go through my stuff. I'll send you something.
Or we call it a night. Everyone in the comments, how are you guys doing? Where's everyone watching from? Tap in if you haven't tapped in. I'm trying to figure out who these 15 people are.
Ooh. Lord.
You said what?
I'll put it in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Hey, B, blink twice if you're okay, bro.
I stepped away. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel so bad when people say goodbye in the private chat and then I don't see it in time, and then like I don't know if they think I just didn't acknowledge them. I feel so bad. Okay, we got Marquita is watching in Chicago. We got Kaylee, of course. She is the regular, the OG, watching from Nashville, Tennessee. And Blondie is tapping in from Jacksonville, Florida. Are you in Jacksonville? I mean, are you in the part of Florida that's East Coast, or are you in the part of Florida that is West Coast, Central? That was the trippiest thing ever when I discovered that. I was so confusing. I was driving somewhere and the people lived in the next time zone. So it was so confusing because, you know, I was like, the thing starts at 3. Technically, that's 2 for me. So when I'm driving, like didn't know how to, like, I've never done that where I wasn't flying somewhere. And then when I landed, I was in a new time zone. I've never done the driving thing. Yeah, my brain was absolutely fried.
Yeah, I lived in Pensacola, and they're central. But if you go to Jacksonville, they're eastern.
That's so confusing. All right, so let me know when you sent something. Welcome back, Mont. We just finished all the videos.
You might have some entertainment in the chat.
I was gonna say
in the private one.
you missed out, but I'm sure you had more fun. Oh my God. And he was so well. Willie was so well behaved.
Oh damn.
So well behaved.
Oh damn.
Yes, you did. By the way.
Okay, I got to go back and watch it then.
Yeah, I was impressed. I was like, wow, no fireworks.
Oh damn.
I don't know if he was sedated, if Willie was sedated, but yeah. What is so crazy? I just opened my phone and it says the caption is, "Why aren't men asking to get married?" They must have heard our conversation. All right.
I don't know. It might be pandering.
I've seen this guy before. All right, I'm going to post it without even looking. Okay, Bradley sent one too.
I keep seeing these new podcasters. I don't know who is who actually.
Yeah, he's been around for a little while. Okay. Let's get up. I'm actually getting a little tired. Of course, the airdrop is taking forever now. Anyone else have anything in it doesn't have to be dating related, but anything in the news or how about
all my videos get you demonetized? So no, I
don't. The tech stock, that was pretty crazy. Just watching the Meta. I would say Meta for some reason. The Meta stock go up, like that's crazy. It's still going up. It's like at 670 now.
The thing I love about getting into those things early is I always get good news when people get in late and make like $5-6. I sit back and so that means all my option calls are going crazy right now. I don't even have to log in and look. Just like, oh, okay, well, I just made 30% and I bought it yesterday. Well, shit, that's good.
Right. I got mine in 2020, so you can imagine what.
That's what I'm saying.
That is wild. Okay, so here we go.
Never give a woman as many chances as a woman gives a man. A man cannot accept.
Pastor Poppy time.
A man will never give a woman as many chances as a woman gives a man. A man cannot accept the same hurt he puts a woman through, but he expects her to get hurt over and over again and still stick around. Yet he's quick to leave or threaten her with leaving if she does anything wrong. Having a good woman by your side is a privilege, so don't make that mistake of taking her for granted. A woman will do everything to make her relationship work. That's why she will never regret it when it's time to walk away, because she knows she tried her best.
Oh, it's the Puerto Rican ace metaphor.
Metaforo.
And I don't like throwing around the word simp. I don't like, but that's kind of like, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna send a message. Wait, where'd Brad go? He sent me something and left. Okay, we can't play it until he comes back. I want to make sure this is the right one. I should ask you guys for videos up front.
How much time is it?
Never worry about that. You know, time is time, relative. No, we have 20 minutes, 21 actually to be exact. So we need Brad back as we could play his video. What did we do? We've never had this situation, Willie.
What?
We've never ran out of content, and we took a long time to hit.
Do y'all want to hear a story? Something that happened in Chicago today.
You said what?
I said, do y'all want to hear a story about something that happened in Chicago today?
Oh, sure.
I said in the shower today. I was like, absolutely.
And I said something child. I was
So I got a notification that somebody threw a dog at a security guard.
We need more context here.
That was all the context I had.
It's making me think of the one with the guy who trained the dog to drop cement blocks.
Where it basically is like it will report all the crimes that are happening in whatever area that you're in, right? So I was told when I moved here, like download Citizen, right? But some of the stories that I've been getting are just insane. So that being one of them happened today. It's like a dog being thrown at a security guard.
Was it a little dog? I'm sure. I
don't know. I'm gonna look it up further. Last week there was a coyote in an Aldi.
I saw that video.
That happened down the street from me.
That is crazy. Did y'all see that video of the coyote? There's like a
coyote.
You see this person in what looks like, where your cold foods would be like cheeses, whatever. It's like kind of open, but it's cold. So you see this guy just kind of like trying to maneuver. So you think maybe it's like a bird or like some small animal. And he starts to pull, and it's this, looks like a wolf at first, pulls this huge coyote. I was like, what is it even behind? That was crazy.
And we jumped back into the frozen food section after they pulled him out.
That is wild.
Y'all want to know like a hot take I got?
Yes, please.
I feel like y'all know how like it's required for people to do jury duty.
Yeah.
I think it should be required for like boys from the age of like, I don't know, 12 to like 20 to like have to like learn how to build houses.
Oh.
Like you should have to go to a program where you volunteer and you like are building houses, because y'all know like they getting rid of like a lot of immigrants and people are like, well, who's going to build the houses and stuff like that. I'm like, if nobody wants to do any fucking hard work, then that's just highlighting the problem we got.
Oh.
Nobody wants to everybody want to be a YouTuber.
Wait a minute. Why was I
they should reinstate vocational school?
Yeah,
I was thinking the same thing about like, you can look at it from how unfortunate it is because of the situation we're in, but you can also look at it like, what does that say about us as a country? Like, what changes do we need to make? Like, how do you fix the problem? So it's so interesting. You were
like, who's gonna pick the fruit for the farmers and stuff like that? Like, you know how many people is on welfare? Like, they need to be picking the fucking fruit. Like, it's so many people out here who don't want to do no hard work and don't got a job at the same time. That's crazy to me.
If you're on food stamps and DoorDashing, that's wild.
They should be the first people that have to like go and pick some fucking fruit. Like,
but I think also in that, I think you take lazy.
Hold on, I can't hear you.
It's cutting out, sir.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
I think that part of what you're saying is true, but I think laziness is part of our American culture. A lot of stuff that you see when you see people come here and do these kind of jobs is people from different cultures, different societies, different countries. So their version of hard work and our version of hard work is two different things. So if you say you pay somebody $10 a day to pick strawberries all day, they came from a place where they're
not getting anything.
They worked all day and maybe made $2. You know what I mean? So our culture in American society will make that hard because we've already created a lifestyle for all of our citizens to say, hey, you can do this and get paid that. And that's kind of why everybody in America.
I have do nothing and still get health insurance and still get food stamps and still get everything.
Mm-hmm. I had this moment where I'm standing in front of my fridge, filling my cup up with water. And I'm used to like ripping and running, and I'm sitting here waiting for the water to fill, and it feels like it's taking forever. And I had this moment. You ever talk to yourself like you have a whole conversation in your head? I said, no, not you being impatient about how slow it's taking the water to fill your cup, when there are people who have to walk down, paths and around this and that just to get some dirty water, then carry a bucket of their head. I had to catch myself because I was like, I'm really over here being impatient about my cold, purified water that's coming out of my fridge. When you have the soft life, it's easy to kind of take things for granted. But as soon as that thoughts are coming out, I was like, girl, you don't get yourself.
Right.
Yeah,
Have
first
to
world
catch
problem. People
That's gratitude.
go crazy about waiting at Starbucks, waiting in line. They'll lose their shit if they order not right.
Oh, let the
So,
internet lag. Oh, I have to pray for internet lags.
yeah. So, but I think that's a big contributor of immigrants coming here working. But I do agree with you. People should come in and learn a skill and learn some kind of trade of some sort. But I think that was done intentionally. I don't believe that being taken out of schools was coincidental or just no one wants to do it. I think it was a bigger strategic plan of making more people enslaved to corporate America jobs and structures in that way, and less being able to provide and feed themselves. Because if you can fix the house, you can always make money. But never.
Yeah, always.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like these basic things, like we need to kind of, because it's always talk about raising the minimum wage, and I'm one of them people that don't feel like the minimum wage should be raised substantially. I
But
think
just
that,
changing the problem.
yeah, I don't think that anybody who's working a minimum wage job is supposed to be able to, afford a house and kids and a family. I think minimum wage jobs to me are for children, so like people from ages 14 to like 20. I think they're for high functioning mental people with mental disorders. And they're for old people who just want to socialize, or people who've chosen to waste their time and not prioritize things and learning skills. I think those are who minimum wage jobs are for. So you're not supposed to be able to provide for a family and all that type of stuff. Get two jobs if you got to do that. If you've already, if you've gotten to that point and you haven't learned those skills. Because when you think about it, like you want to be able to support a family, and you checking out gum at a gas station, like you bringing people up for gum and Snickers, like
Sorry, when you said it, like, I'm sorry. I didn't
a
mean to laugh.
14-year-old can do that. Like,
The way you said
or
that,
I'm just saying, like, no,
I
like,
know. So I don't want to laugh.
yeah,
No,
like,
but minimum
so,
wage I would agree with raising is for wait staff, because that's
oh yeah,
it's
yeah,
two and change. It's $2.12.
yeah, I
No,
agree with
that
that
part
one.
is crazy.
Yeah,
but
I
this
don't know how
this
they
is
even
What
finesse
would you
getting
say?
that.
Because I'm curious about that too. Because I also don't have kids, so like, what would you say to typical like public school teachers who aren't making minimum wage, but they are trying to start a family, or the ones who are raising a family and they can't afford to raise their family?
Me personally, I'm one of those people who like, so like I'm a high achiever in life, right? So I will always make a lot of money, and I'll always just want more and more things, and I'll always want nice cars and stuff like that. But I respect so much the people who don't want that, and the people who are just happy with what they have, and they're just happy with a humbler lifestyle. So me personally, I wish people like that, we could kind of help people like that kind of have at least what they're asking for. So like health insurance, whatever humble lifestyle they want to live. Like people who are teaching our kids, like I think it should be way easier for them to kind of have that lifestyle. So I'm in favor of whatever, lowering their taxes. I don't know. Like I'm just in favor of, I appreciate people who aren't like me, right?
Somebody,
So
Yeah, that
somebody
was something that
said,
was always making me. I'm sorry, Auntie. Something that was making me curious because I left public school like 4 years ago, but a lot of the people who were there, they had like 3 and 4 kids, and they were making $50,000 a year. And I would ask them, I'm like, "How are you actually raising your family off this money?" And they're like, "Of course, I have a part-time job as well." Or like, my kid is also paying for things. And for the life of me, I'm like, I don't know how I would ever be able to raise a family off of $50,000, unless, of course, I do have a partner. Some of them did not, some of them did.
there was a conversation years back, so I'm probably not gonna remember everything, but I was talking about the very thing, like why are teachers paid so little? And somebody made the point that it's one of the most sought after jobs. So he said if you have a job where everybody is trying to get in there, it's kind of like, I guess, like strippers almost, like you fire 20, you'll have 40 more girls lined up the next day to try to take their place. So you said what?
Supply and demand.
Right, that's what I was going to say. So
Mhm.
supply and demand. So a lot of people want that job because they get the summers off, the hours are shorter, things like that. And so it kind of ends up being one of those weird things versus a really specialized surgeon. Sometimes there are only one or two in the country who are specifically certified for that one procedure that the person needs, or you got to airlift someone to this place because that's where this person is. So it's kind of tough, but it's like, I guess that's part of the upside, the downside, where the upside is.
But
I think
mom,
teachers should get
with this
paid more, but I
thing,
also think they should raise the standards for what it takes to be a teacher. Should make it
Oh
harder.
yeah,
Yeah,
standards are
I,
up,
I
y'all.
like that.
I can give y'all the insight on that. A lot of when I was in the state of Maryland, they'll typically give you 2 years conditional status so that you don't actually have to have a teaching certificate when you're coming in. So for 2 years, you don't need that. Also, there are people who are not certified in those specific fields. So like our gym teacher had like an accounting degree. So it does happen like that. And then, of course, when COVID hit and they couldn't find and source teachers, they started allowing a lot more people in who didn't have certifications at all.
One of the kids was talking about his math teacher, and the kids have to keep correcting him, or they'll ask how to do something, and he kind of gets stumbled. What do you call it? Flustered. I'm like, not math of all things.
It's insane.
got the minimum. But mom, back to your statement about the minimum wage. I challenge that a little bit only because, whenever you think about the world we live in, I mean, everything has raised except wages. If you're charging more for everything that ever existed and you're giving people less, your corporate greed is making it to where I want to charge $2 for a bag of chips that normally was $1 last year, and I'm giving you less chips in the bag, and then I want to pay people less to sell the bag of chips. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's more based upon somebody should be doing it because they're 14 or 20, and I'm not saying it should be a job where you can raise a family, but I'm saying that the basis of people doing this really, to me, corporate greed and people looking at how can I make the most money and pay people the smallest amount of I can legally pay them.
Yeah.
So I worked in a restaurant. I was the marketing director, and they sold fish tacos. That was like the main thing that was the attraction. And so they had 99-cent fish tacos on Tuesday. And people would, when I tell you that thing would be wrapped around the building on Tuesday, right? Everyone liked their 99-cent tacos. But then the suppliers started raising their prices, and it got to the point where they were going to be either breaking even or losing money. So then they had to raise the price on that. And so for me, like when I think about raising the minimum wage, it's like we're making, from the business side in that standpoint, in that situation, their margins weren't growing. They had to keep trying to go above what their costs were for employees and then the food and all the supplies, and then turn around and make the customer have to pay more. So I'm sure there are instances where it's more, but a lot of places the people are just trying to stay up with the.
I disagree with that because I've been to a lot of places and I've traveled the country and been a lot of different countries, and this whole like pay the wait staff and tip people, a lot of countries are like, what the hell are you doing? Like I've been to places and then you give them money, they're like, what do I do with this? And so like what it really boils down to is that at here in America we say, well, though I'm not gonna pay my staff, I'll have you pay the staff,
right?
And then so now that costs for me. So like, if every country, I mean, every restaurant in different countries can survive just fine by selling food and not having people come in and pay tips to the staff, and they make a profit, then it could be done here in America. I think a lot of things are situational, and they create it and they do things when it best benefits them. So, we got to make sure the tips, and because what about the staff? Like, you're supposed to be paying them. That's not even my job. If
Yeah.
I want
Oh,
to
yeah.
on top of that because they have great service, that's fine. But it's not my job to pay your entire staff.
Yeah.
Tipping culture is a uniquely American problem.
Yeah, it's America. Only in America. Dubai don't do it. Africa don't do it. Europe does it.
Japan doesn't do it.
Yeah, like they
Yeah.
look. Italy. Well, no, not Italy didn't do it. Italy and Greece didn't do it. No, I gave him tips, and the guy was like, "What are you gonna do this?" I'm like, "That's for you." And he's like, "Oh."
Yeah. I always say, why is the onus on us in this one area? But then you could be somewhere, let's say like Lowe's, and the guy actually might have taken 40 minutes out of his day to try to get you what you needed and help you your car and all that stuff. But it's not, you don't tip that person,
I give him a good review.
You said what?
I
Right.
think
But it's like, why is it certain?
I think regardless, regardless, like, well, to your first point, I'm not saying that minimum wage shouldn't be pushed up. I think it should be marginally pushed up as it makes sense, with like inflation in the culture and whatever, supply and demand and just the market. It should raise, but just like marginally. I know people have like, oh, we should push it to 15, push it to 20. Like, nah,
That's what
like
it would
you
be
ain't.
with inflation.
It's like that in Cali, minimum wage.
If you adjusted
expensive to live in
the medium wage, the full term is minimum livable wage. And that means that's how much money you have to make to survive in this country. So if they adjusted minimum wage for a flat, it'll be $22, $23.
Hey, I don't think they should be giving. Nah. I don't think it need to be livable necessarily, because I think that those jobs should be for our kids when they go into the workforce and they're starting to learn, how things work personally. That's just my opinion. Or people who have made bad decisions in life. It's like purgatory for you. But in terms of like the wait staff and stuff like that, I think that either way we're gonna end up paying like for the like whether it's not in the form of a tip or it's just all right, they just raise their prices so that they can start paying their wait staff.
Right.
Either way, it's just gonna feel different, but we still gonna end up paying the cost of it.
But the cool thing,
Some of them trying to start putting fees inside of they receipts that you don't even look at. Like
No,
Yeah, I've noticed
there was a restaurant, and I know the owners, and there was backlash. So they had one little spot, it was like a little hole in the wall, and they closed that down, opened a bigger one, and they had a stage and a sound system, and they had musicians that would play like on the weekend, and they put in there at the bottom $5 entertainment fee, and I think it was like per person, and so we were like, what is an entertainment fee? It was like the fee to cover the entertainment that's happening, and they're like, we ain't paying that. Next time we came back, that thing was gone off the menu. But they tried it.
I don't know why they would even put it there. Like everything is psychology. It's all about
It
how you
is.
deliver it to people. Like I don't know why they would just
I
entertainment
always
fee.
say
Don't even
pack
tell them
it
they paying
in.
for it.
Yeah, pack it in. Don't that's what pisses me off. When they say, oh, because of your they'll say like you're forced to pay this tip if you have this party or whatever. We actually would have paid more because we typically do 20, but they always put 18. So we're like, if you don't force us with a gun to our head to pay 18, we don't give you your 18. That's what you
Yeah.
But you
When
would
we
have
booked this,
I hate the fact that they raise everything up, and then they say, well, we can't pay anybody. Well, it's like, I think I took my daughter to McDonald's, and I got her something. I don't know, it was like $14.
I was shook when I
What
had a
did I get
$35 bill at Carl's Jr. I was like,
and I don't eat McDonald's. I ain't been in so long, so I'm like, let me get $1. Wait, I don't see it on the menu. And where y'all dollar section? Yes, they got
it's the $10
like years ago.
Man, Biggie fries, all that dollar stuff. A fry now is like $4. I'm like, I thought you can get a Biggie fry for $1. No.
And then what's crazy too is like not only how high the prices are, but you ask for a small and it's like this size. Like
what's it called?
But that's the beauty.
Right?
That's the beauty of business. Like it's the beauty of like, hey, I'm going to change this product. I'm going to give you less. I'm going to raise the price, and you're going to complain, but you're still going to buy this. Like that's the beauty of business. Why would they not do it? Like, yes, I want to keep more money.
Yeah,
they're gonna do it, but don't give me the wages speech. I don't want to hear all that, fam. you monopolizing getting every dollar you can out of me. So I don't want to hear that I can't pay.
That's the thing, man. That's the thing. It's like you want to make them. Business is all about like, okay, I want to shrink. I want to raise my margins, and I don't want to have to pay you more at the same time. I want to raise my margins, and I want to. If I can pay you less, I want to do that. Like, if I could, without you kind of like
Free labor,
jumping
if they
ship.
could.
Like, yeah, that's the game. It's like, at least I can pay you as possible. But especially when you kind of start to get to real big business, like when these people be taking over businesses, it's all about, all right, let me come in and see how I can clean up. Like, how can I buy your product and start to put cheaper stuff inside of your formula,
Right.
and that's really what they all do. Which is not good, but that's the thing about a brand is once you built a brand, you know, that's all you need is that name, and people are going to continue to buy it. So,
But that point is the bigger problem to me. Yes, make money for sure. You're in business. Fair exchange is no robbery. Make do business. That's good. But I have a. I'm in business. I started several.
Annoying.
I'm sorry you had to find out this way. My OGs know. I'm so sorry.
Was coming. Knew it was coming.
I'm so evil. The clock ran out.
oh, the clock.
Right.
I feel terrible without a new person talking. I'm like, dang it, let an OG be talking.
Listen, I'll live. I'll survive.
Dang. I hate that we had to jump you in this way. They know you gotta
jump you in. You've officially been jumped in.
Only because there's a new guy. I'm gonna officially say goodnight this way on
Good night, everyone.
They know.
Good night.
Thank you so much for coming. It really did pay me to do it on you. I wanted it to be on Nayusi or the old timers. And Will and Bont weren't even on, so I was like, I didn't even get to hang up in their face.
Peace.
Peace.
All right, y'all.
Yeah.